Amid countless worlds that seem like pure fiction, lie battles, sacrifices, and secrets that have never been told. Every story is a war between destiny and choice. If you're ready to uncover heroes, villains, and the forgotten souls lost in between, then step into the world of Comic Recap, where every tale is a battle for survival.
The final year of the Third Era marked a pivotal moment in Tamriel's history. Though few could have predicted how a nameless prisoner in the Imperial City's dungeons would alter the course of events, the circumstances surrounding this prisoner's incarceration remain one of the most debated mysteries among Imperial scholars and historians. Official Imperial records from this period are notably sparse, with many documents either destroyed during the Oblivion Crisis or deliberately expugned in its aftermath. What little information exists suggests the prisoner was arrested near the Cyrodiil-Hammerfell border, though the specific charges remain unclear. Some accounts indicate a minor infraction, perhaps smuggling or petty theft, while others hint at being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Imperial Watch captain who processed the arrest, Hieronymus Lex, noted only that the prisoner exhibited unusual qualities, but elaborated no further in his report. The Imperial prison during this period was a grim stone fortress adjacent to the White Gold Tower, housing criminals ranging from petty thieves to dangerous political dissident. Conditions were notoriously harsh. Damp cells, carved from ancient Aeid stonework, minimal rations, and guards known for their brutality rather than compassion. The prison's architecture itself was partly Aeid in origin, with later Imperial modifications creating a labyrinthine network of tunnels and forgotten passages beneath the city. The prisoner's cell was unusual in one crucial respect. It was supposed to be kept empty. Located at the end of a particular corridor in the prison's eastern wing, this cell had been sealed for decades before the prisoner's arrival. Why this specific cell was chosen remains unclear, though some Imperial records suggest it may have been a simple clerical error by an overworked prison administrator. Others, particularly those inclined toward mystical explanations, believe it was the hand of fate or perhaps the divines themselves, ensuring the prisoner would be perfectly positioned for what was to come. Across the Imperial City, in the White Gold Tower, Emperor Uriel Septim VII was experiencing increasingly vivid and troubling dreams. At 87 years old, the Emperor had ruled for over 65 years, weathering numerous crises, including the Imperial Simulator, when Jagger Thorn had imprisoned him in Oblivion. These new visions, however, disturbed him more deeply than any previous omen. Uriel's chief battle mage and advisor, Akado of First Hold, later recorded that the Emperor had become obsessed with certain stars in the night sky, particularly the signs of the thief, the Atronak, and the ritual. The Emperor spent long hours in the Imperial Palace's observatory, consulting ancient Aelid star charts and the writings of moth priests who had glimpsed fragments of the future through the Elder Scrolls. The dreams that plagued the Emperor were consistent and specific. He saw Oblivion gates opening across Tamriel Dritch, armies pouring forth, and the dragon fires, the ancient magical barrier between Mundus and Oblivion, extinguished. But amidst this apocalyptic vision, he also saw a figure emerging from shadow, faceless and undefined, yet somehow crucial to Tamriel's survival. On the 27th of last seed 3 E433, the Emperor made a sudden decision. He informed the Blades, his personal bodyguards, that he needed to leave the Imperial City immediately. The captain of the Blades, Renault, argued against this move, citing increased assassin activity and intelligence, suggesting the Emperor was in imminent danger. Uriel was adamant, however, insisting they take a specific route through the ancient escape tunnels beneath the prison, tunnels that had not been used since the Avere Potentate. The Emperor's insistence on this particular path was no coincidence. His prophetic dreams had shown him that his fate would intersect with the prisoners, and that this meeting was essential for Tamriel's future. The Blades, trained to protect the Emperor's person rather than question his decisions, reluctantly agreed to the plan. As dawn broke on that fateful day, the prisoner awoke to the sound of approaching footsteps. The Dunmer prisoner in the cell across the corridor, Vale and Dreth, was engaged in his usual taunting when Imperial guards and Blades agents appeared, led by Captain Renault herself. Their presence in this section of the prison was unprecedented, especially with the Emperor in tow. The guards were visibly confused to find the prisoner's cell occupied, with one exclaiming that the cell was supposed to be off limits. This moment of confusion quickly gave way to shock when Emperor Uriel Septim Seven himself stepped forward, his aged eyes fixing on the prisoner with immediate recognition, not of a face he had seen before, but of a presence he had sensed in his dreams. "You," the Emperor said, with a mixture of surprise and certainty, "I've seen you in my dreams." This recognition was profound. The Emperor, trained since youth in the mystical arts and possessing a known sensitivity to magical and prophetic phenomena, saw in the prisoner a figure central to his visions. He noted the prisoner's birth sign and spoke cryptically of destiny and the stars. For the prisoner, likely bewildered by this sudden Imperial attention, it was an encounter that would irrevocably alter the course of their life. The Blades remained skeptical, but the Emperor's certainty was absolute. When Captain Renault discovered that the prisoner's cell contained a secret entrance to the escape route, a fact unknown even to most prison officials, it seemed to confirm Uriel's prophetic intuition. The ancient stone wall at the back of the cell concealed a passage into the network of tunnels beneath the Imperial City, tunnels dating back to Alid times and expanded during the Reman dynasty. As the Emperor's party entered these tunnels, with the prisoner now accompanying them by Uriel's command, they encountered the first signs of the threat that had spurred their flight. Assassins in distinctive crimson robes ambushed the group in the narrow passages. These were no ordinary killers, but members of the Mythic Dawn cult, devotees of Miun's Dion, who had infiltrated the Imperial City with a single-minded purpose: to end the Septim bloodline and pave the way for a DRI invasion. The ensuing skirmish was brutal and swift. Captain Renault, a veteran blade with decades of service, fell to an assassin's blade while protecting the Emperor. The tunnels, with their narrow confines and poor lighting, favored the ambushers, who seemed to have intimate knowledge of the escape route. This suggested a betrayal from within the Imperial hierarchy. Someone had revealed the Emperor's escape plan to the Mythic Dawn. During this chaotic encounter, the prisoner demonstrated combat abilities that caught the attention of the remaining Blades. Whether through prior training or natural aptitude, the former captive proved capable of defending themselves with weapons salvaged from fallen enemies. Boris, one of the younger Blades, later noted in his report that the prisoner fought with the precision of someone with military experience, despite having been found in a common cell. As they progressed deeper into the ancient tunnels, Emperor Uriel grew increasingly contemplative, Between skirmishes with mythic dawn assassins, he spoke to the prisoner of cosmic matters, the nature of fate, the barriers between worlds, and the critical importance of the dragonfires in the Temple of the One. These were not the ramblings of a frightened old man, but the calculated revelations of a ruler who knew his time was ending and was carefully selecting his successor in the task of defending Tamriel. The architecture of the tunnels themselves told a story of Cyrodiil's layered history. Allied archways gave way to imperial reinforcements with occasional doomer piping, suggesting that even the deep elves had once had influence beneath the imperial city. Natural caverns connected these constructed passages, some containing subterranean flora that glowed with faint, magical luminescence, plants unseen on the surface for thousands of years. After navigating this underground labyrinth for hours, fighting through several more mythic dawn ambushes, the group reached a junction where the passage continued toward a sewer gate leading outside the city walls. It was here, in a circular chamber with ancient Aelid pillars, that the Emperor made his final stand. Uriel Septim, 7, with the prescience that had marked his long reign, knew that assassins awaited them ahead. He dismissed his remaining blades, sending them to scout the path forward, a tactical error by conventional standards, but a necessary move for what he needed to accomplish. Alone with the prisoner, the Emperor revealed the true gravity of the situation. He spoke of the amulet of kings, the ancient Aelid soul gem that contained the souls of all previous emperors and served as the key to maintaining the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion. He explained that his legitimate heirs, his sons Geldal, Enman, and Ebel, had already been assassinated by the mythic dawn, leaving the dragonfires unlit and Tamriel vulnerable to Dritch invasion. With trembling hands, the 87-year-old emperor removed the amulet of kings from his neck, the magnificent red diamond set in a gold mounting that had adorned emperors since the time of Saint Alicia. The gem caught the dim light of the tunnels, seeming to glow with an inner fire that reflected the collected souls of the Septim lineage. As he pressed this priceless artifact into the prisoner's hands, a hidden door in the chamber slid open, revealing a mythic dawn assassin who had bypassed the blades entirely. The Emperor, having foreseen even this, made no move to defend himself. The assassin's blade found its mark, and Uriel Septim 7, the longest reigning emperor in the Third Era, collapsed to the stone floor. The prisoner, likely still processing the weight of the amulet now in their possession, was left to confront the assassin alone. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Boris returned to find the Emperor dead, but the amulet secured by the former prisoner. The Blad's grief was palpable, yet he recognized the significance of the Emperor's final actions and the trust he had placed in the stranger. It was Boris who first referred to the prisoner as the hero of Kvatch, though that title would not become widely used until later events. For now, they were simply a former prisoner with an impossible task to deliver the Amulet of Kings to Joffrey, the Grand Master of the Blades, who lived in disguise as a monk at Wayn-Pri near Chol. As the prisoner emerged from the sewers into the sunlight of Cyrodiil for the first time in months, the burden of the Emperor's final words weighed heavily. The Amulet of Kings concealed beneath simple prison clothes represented not just the imperial legacy but the very future of Tamriel itself. The ruins of the Alid settlement of Ivren were visible across Lake Rumare, and beyond them, the vast expanse of Cyrodiil. a province unaware that its fate now rested in the hands of a former captive. The journey to Wayne on Prairie would take the prisoner northwest through the Great Forest, passing the settlements of Pell's Gate in Skingrad before reaching Chaw. This path, which would normally seem daunting to someone freshly released from imprisonment, was merely the first step in what would become a legendary journey across Tamriel, one that would eventually lead to the title champion of Cyrodiil, and according to some accounts, something far stranger. The path from the Imperial City sewer stretched before the former prisoner who now carried both the Amulet of Kings and the dying words of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Lake Rumari glittered in the morning sun as the newly freed captive took stock of their situation. The weight of the Emperor's final command to find Joffrey at Wayne on Priory settled heavily alongside the physical burden of the amulet itself. The journey northwest through the heartland of Cyrodiil revealed a province still unaware of the calamity that had befallen it. Farmers tended their fields along the Gold Road. Merchants traveled between settlements with wagons full of goods, and Imperial patrols maintained their regular routes. News of the Emperor's assassination had not yet spread beyond the Imperial city's walls, creating an eerie disconnect between the traveler's knowledge and the peaceful countryside. The Great Forest dominated much of the journey, its ancient oaks and firs creating a verdant canopy that filtered sunlight onto a forest floor, rich with neroot, flax, and choline. Wildlife was abundant. Deer bounded away at the traveler's approach. Wolves watched wearily from a distance, and the occasional mud crab scuttled along the banks of streams that fed into Lake Rumire. For someone who had spent months in the dank confines of the Imperial prison, this natural splendor was both disorienting and invigorating. Wayne Priory sat nestled among rolling hills just outside Chaw, a modest collection of stone buildings surrounding a small chapel dedicated to Talos. The Priory served as both a religious retreat for the Order of Talos and a working farm that supplied food to the nearby city. Its unassuming appearance belied its significance as a secret outpost of the Blades with Grandmaster Joffrey disguised as a simple monk among his brothers. Upon arrival at the Priory, the traveler was directed to Prior Mavrel's house, where Joffrey could be found. The Grandmaster of the Blades presented a stark contrast to the battle-worn guards who had accompanied the Emperor in his final hours. Joffrey appeared as an elderly Breton man with a monk's tonsure, dressed in simple robes rather than the distinctive Avarivi armor of his order. His weathered face and calm demeanor suggested a life of contemplation rather than espionage and combat. Yet his sharp eyes betrayed a keen intelligence that had served the Empire for decades. The presentation of the Amulet of Kings transformed Joffrey's demeanor instantly. The practiced serenity of a monk gave way to the alert posture of a master spy and warrior. He examined the amulet carefully, verifying its authenticity through methods known only to the highest-ranking Blades. The red diamond caught the light from the prize windows, its inner fire seeming to pulse with the collective essence of the Septim bloodline. Joffrey's reaction to the news of the Emperor's death was controlled but profound. As Grandmaster, he had served Uriel for much of his reign, and the personal loss was evident beneath his professional composure. More shocking to him, however, was the Emperor's final revelation that an unknown heir to the Septim throne existed, a son named Martin, who served as a priest in the city of Kvatch. The existence of this heir had been one of the Empire's most closely guarded secrets. According to Joffrey's account, Martin had been brought to him as an infant decades earlier with instructions from the Emperor himself to place the child with a family far from the imperial city. No records of this son existed in official imperial genealogies, and even most blades remained unaware of his existence. This secrecy had now become Martin's only protection against the mythic Dawn assassins, who had systematically eliminated the Emperor's known heirs. With the amulet secured in Joffrey's keeping, the traveler received new instructions: journey to Kvatch and retrieve Martin before the mythic Dawn discovered his existence. The urgency of this mission was underscored by Joffrey's concern that, without a septum to relight the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion would continue to weaken. Prior Mabel, recognizing the importance of speed, offered his horse for the journey, a bay mare with a white blaze named Prior's Pride. The road to Kvatch would take the traveler south through the Gold Coast region of Cyrodiil, past Skingrad, and through fertile farmlands before climbing into the highlands where Kvatch perched on its plateau. The journey began under clear skies, but as the traveler approached the western highlands, an ominous change became apparent. Dark clouds gathered specifically over the region of Kvatch, unnatural in their concentration and tinged with an unsettling reddish hue. The air grew increasingly acrid, carrying the scent of sulfur and ash that stung the eyes and burned the throat. At the base of the winding road that led up to Kvatch, a makeshift refugee camp had formed. Dozens of citizens huddled in hastily erected tents or simply sat on the ground, many bearing injuries ranging from minor burns to more serious wounds. Imperial guards from Skingrad had established a perimeter, treating the injured and maintaining order among the shocked survivors. It was here that the traveler first encountered Savian Mattius, captain of the Kvatch Guard, who had established a defensive position at the bottom of the hill. Mattius's armor was scorched and dented, his face streaked with soot and blood, but his determination remained unbroken. He provided the first coherent account of what had transpired in Kvatch during the previous night. According to Mattius, a massive portal had opened outside the city gates just after midnight, a towering structure of black stone and crackling fire that tore a hole in reality itself. From this gate emerged Draw of various kinds: scamps, clan, fear, Dremora, and other creatures from the plains of Oblivion. The city guard had been overwhelmed within hours, forced to retreat as the Draw set fire to buildings and slaughtered citizens. The most disturbing element of Mattius's account was his description of the gate itself, an Oblivion gate, a direct connection to Mune's Deegan's realm of the Deadlands. Such gates had not been seen in Tamriel since the time of the Elysian Empire, their manifestation prevented by the Dragonfires and the covenant between Akatosh and the Dragonborn Emperors. With Uriel Septim's death and the Dragonfires extinguished, this ancient barrier had weakened enough to allow Daeon's forces direct access to Mundus. The road to Kvatch, normally a pleasant climb through forested hills, had become a hellscape. The trees were either burned to charred husks or twisted into unnatural forms by proximity to Oblivion energies. The ground itself had changed, with patches of the red cracked earth characteristic of the Deadlands breaking through Cyrodiil's natural soil. Dritch structures, obsidian spikes, and twisted metal formations had erupted around the gate, creating a perimeter of alien architecture. At the top of the hill, where the gates of Kvatch should have stood, the full horror of the situation became apparent. The massive Oblivion gate dominated the approach to the city, its fiery portals swirling with energies that distorted the air around it. Smaller gates flanked it, though they appeared inactive. Beyond this Dritch barrier, Kvatch itself was visible, or what remained of it. Buildings burned with unnatural flames that had been raging for hours without consuming their fuel. The walls were breached in several places, and DRI creatures could be seen moving through the streets. A small contingent of Kvatch guards maintained a barricade before the gate led by Medius, who had returned to his position after briefing the traveler. These men and women, exhausted and outnumbered, had held this position through the night, preventing the draw from descending on the refugee camp below, but unable to push forward into the city itself. The situation appeared hopeless. No reinforcements were forthcoming from the Imperial city. The gate showed no signs of closing on its own, and the guards lacked the knowledge or magical ability to seal it from the Munda side. It was here that the traveler made a decision that would later be recognized as the first truly heroic act of the champion of Cyrodiil, to enter the Oblivion Gate itself and find a way to close it from within. The experience of entering the gate was described by survivors of later gates as one of the most physically and psychologically disorienting sensations possible. The transition between planes involved a moment of extreme heat, pressure on all sides, and a brief but intense feeling of one's body being pulled apart before reconstituting in the Deadlands. The realm of Miun's Dion assaulted all senses at once. The ground consisted of islands of black and red stone floating in seas of lava. The sky burned crimson without sun or stars, occasionally split by lightning that struck from cloudless expanses. Towers of black metal rose from the landscape, their architecture defying moonless physics with impossible angles and surfaces that seemed to shift when not directly observed. The air itself was toxic, filled with ash and sulfur that made breathing painful and prolonged exposure potentially fatal. Vegetation, if it could be called such, consisted primarily of Deadlands flora, twisted, thorny plants that seemed more like organic weapons than natural growth. Flame stalks erupted from the ground without warning, while Harada roots sought to ensnare anything that moved too close. The DRI inhabitants of this realm ranged from the relatively minor scamps, small, agile creatures that attacked with claws and fire magic, to the more formidable Dremora, who possessed human-like intelligence and wielded Daedric weapons and destructive spells. These Dremora operated in a strict hierarchical society, with various ranks from the lowly churls to the commanding marine or grand dukes, who answered directly to Miun Daeon himself. Navigation through this hostile landscape required both combat prowess and careful observation. The traveler discovered that the Oblivion Gate was anchored by a sigil stone, a powerful Dritch artifact housed at the top of the central tower, called a sigil keep. Removing this stone would collapse the connection between the planes, closing the gate and potentially allowing retaking of the city. The journey through the Deadlands to reach the sigil stone was a harrowing gauntlet of environmental hazards and Dritch opposition. Narrow bridges span lakes of lava, with even a misstep promising instant incineration. Dura patrolled in organized units, employing both martial skill and destructive magic against intruders. Traps of Dritch design blades that emerged from floors, poison gas vents, and magical wards protected the approaches to the sigil keep. The keep itself represented the most concentrated Dritch presence, with multiple levels guarded by progressively more powerful Dremora. At the summit, in a chamber known as the Sigillum Sanguis, the sigil stone hovered in a column of fire, drawing power from the blood and magicka channeled through the tower. The removal of this stone triggered an immediate collapse of the planar connection with the realm around the traveler, disintegrating as the gate structure imploded. The return to Mundus was as violent as the entry, with the traveler being ejected from the collapsing gate along with the sigil stone itself. A smooth black orb emanating heat and pulsing with internal energies. The Oblivion Gate outside Kvatch shattered in a spectacular implosion, leaving only scorched earth and fragments of Dritch stone where it had stood. Captain Mascius and his remaining guards witnessed this event with a mixture of awe and renewed hope. With the gate closed, the path to Kvatch was now open, though the city itself remained occupied by those Draw that had already crossed over. Mattius rallied his men for a push into the city with the immediate objective of reaching the chapel of Akatosh, where survivors were believed to be sheltering. The battle through Kvatch's streets revealed the full extent of the devastation. What had been a prosperous city of stone and timber buildings was now a landscape of rubble and ash. Fire still burned throughout, and the bodies of citizens lay where they had fallen. Dritch forces had established positions throughout the ruins, requiring careful urban combat to dislodge them. The chapel of Akatosh stood as the only major structure still intact, its stone walls scorched, but standing. The Draw seemed unable or unwilling to breach this consecrated ground, though they maintained positions surrounding it. The push to the chapel doors was perhaps the most intense fighting of the initial battle with Dremora, concentrating their forces to prevent any rescue of those within. When the chapel doors finally opened, the survivors emerged, a small group of citizens who had reached the sanctuary before the worst of the attack. Among them was a man in the simple robes of a priest of Akatosh, tending to the injured with healing magic and words of comfort. This unassuming figure was Martin Septim, the unknown heir to the imperial throne, who had spent his life unaware of his true heritage. Martin's initial reaction to being identified as the Emperor's son was understandable disbelief, having lived his entire life as a priest with no knowledge of his royal blood. The claim seemed absurd, particularly amid the destruction of his home and the death of many under his spiritual care. His training in the priesthood had given him a thoughtful, measured personality, prone to questioning rather than accepting claims of destiny or divine purpose. The devastation around him, however, lent credibility to the dire warnings about the Oblivion crisis. Martin had witnessed the gate opening firsthand and had spent hours tending to those injured by DRI attacks. The correlation between the Emperor's death and this unprecedented DRI invasion was difficult to dismiss as coincidence. While Martin processed this revelation, Captain Mattius organized the evacuation of the remaining survivors to the encampment below. The city of Kvatch, once one of the major settlements of Cyrodiil, had effectively ceased to exist as a functioning urban center. Its count was dead, its buildings destroyed, and its population reduced to a fraction of its former size. The rescue of Martin Septim from this devastation represented the first crucial step in countering the Oblivion crisis. Though he remained skeptical of his heritage, he agreed to accompany the traveler to Wayne Pree to speak with Joffrey. His decision was motivated less by personal ambition than by a priest's sense of duty. If there was truth to these claims, and if his presence could somehow help prevent further tragedies like Kvatch, he could not, in good conscience, refuse. As the group descended from the ruined city, the significance of what had occurred began to spread among the refugees. whispers of the hero of Kvatch started to circulate. The first use of this title that would eventually become synonymous with the champion of Cyrodiil, the closing of the Oblivion Gate, and the rescue of survivors from the chapel represented the first victory, however small, against the DRI invasion. The road back to Wyonpree now lay before Martin and the traveler, with the devastation of Kvatch serving as a grim preview of what might befall all of Tamriel if the dragon fires remained unlit. The Amulet of Kings, safely stored at the Priory, would be the key to restoring the barriers between worlds. Assuming Martin truly was of the Septum bloodline, and assuming they could reach the Imperial City in time, the smoldering ruins of Kvatch faded behind as Martin Septum and the former prisoner descended the winding Highland Road. The air gradually cleared of ash and sulfur, though the acrid scent clung to their clothing as a persistent reminder of the devastation. The refugees who had escaped the DRI onslaught gathered at the roadside, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief as they watched the priest, now revealed as Imperial heir, passed by with his unlikely protector. It was Savius Adius, son of Count Orleus Goldwyn of Kvatch, who first formally bestowed the title Hero of Kvatch upon the former prisoner. Standing before the assembled survivors, his noble garments stained with soot and blood, Savius raised his voice so all could hear. Let it be known that when Kvatch stood on the brink of annihilation, when Dra poured from oblivion itself, one person had the courage to enter that hellish realm and return victorious. The city of Kvatch recognizes this hero, and though our home lies in ruins, our gratitude stands undiminished. The title spread quickly among the survivors. Farmers, merchants, craftspeople, and guards all repeated the story of how a single individual had closed an Oblivion Gate and carved a path through Dritch forces to rescue those trapped in the chapel of Akatosh. The tale grew with each telling, with some accounts claiming the hero had slain dozens of Dremora single-handedly, or had wrestled the sigil stone from Mune's Dion himself. For Martin, these celebrations rang hollow against the backdrop of destruction. As a priest of Akatosh, he had spent years counseling parishioners through personal tragedies, but nothing in his training had prepared him for catastrophe on this scale. His city lay in ruins, his congregation scattered or dead, and now he faced claims of imperial heritage that challenged his entire understanding of his identity. The journey to Wayen Priory took them east through the Gold Coast region and then north along the Black Road. Martin traveled in contemplative silence for much of the way, occasionally asking measured questions about the Emperor's death and the mythic Dawn cult. His scholarly mind approached these revelations methodically, testing their internal consistency and comparing them against his own knowledge of Tamilic history and Dritch lore. Martin's expertise in Drayology became evident during these conversations. Before finding solace in the priesthood of Akatosh, he had dabbled in more questionable magical pursuits, including draw summoning and conjuration. This background, though he spoke of it with obvious regret, had given him insights into Dritch princes and their realms that would prove invaluable in the coming conflict. As they approached Chal, Imperial Watch patrols became more frequent on the roads. News of the Emperor's assassination had finally spread throughout Cyrodiil, though details remained scarce and contradictory. Some reports claimed all the heirs were dead, while others suggested one had escaped. The destruction of Kvatch was still largely unknown to the wider province, with most citizens continuing their daily routines unaware of the catastrophe that had befallen the western city. The peaceful facade of Wainion Priory greeted them as they arrived, sheep grazing in the meadows, monks tending the gardens, smoke rising gently from the priory house chimney. This tranquility was shattered when they discovered the priory under attack. Mythic Dawn assassins, dressed in their distinctive crimson robes, had somehow tracked the Amulet of Kings to this location and launched a coordinated assault to retrieve it. Prior Mavril lay dead near the stables, his body surrounded by scattered documents, evidence that the Mythic Dawn had searched him for the amulet before moving on to the main buildings. Brother Piner, another monk, had barricaded himself in the chapel and provided a breathless account of Joffrey fighting off multiple attackers before retreating upstairs in the Priory house. The hero of Kvatch led the counterattack with Martin, demonstrating that his religious vocation had not diminished his magical abilities. The priest wielded destruction spells with surprising potency, channeling flames and frost against the Mythic Dawn cultists with the precision of a battle mage rather than a cleric. His healing magic proved equally valuable, closing wounds almost as quickly as they were inflicted. They found Joffrey on the second floor of the Priory house, bloodied but alive, having just dispatched 2 assassins. The Grand Master's monk's robes were now exchanged for the distinctive Avari armor of the Blades, revealing his true identity to any who might have doubted it. His weathered face showed both relief at Martin's arrival and grave concern as he delivered news that confirmed their worst fears. The Amulet of Kings had been stolen. This theft represented a critical setback. Without the amulet, Martin could not light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, meaning the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion would remain weakened. More Oblivion gates would open and more cities might share Kvatch's fate. The urgency of their situation had increased exponentially. Joffrey made an immediate decision. They would relocate to Cloud Ruler Temple, the ancient mountain fortress of the Blades in the Gerald Mountains north of Brumma. This remote stronghold had served as a sanctuary for emperors since the time of Remanadil. Its location kept secret from all but the most trusted imperial servants. There, Martin would be safe from further Mythic Dawn attacks while they formulated a plan to recover the amulet. The journey to Cloud Ruler Temple took them north through the Great Forest and into the foothills of the Gerald Mountains. The landscape transformed gradually from the lush woodlands of central Cyrodiil to the rugged snow-dusted terrain of the northern province. Pine forests replaced oak groves, and the air grew noticeably colder as they ascended the mountain paths. Bummer itself presented a stark contrast to the imperial architecture of central Cyrodiil. The northernmost city of the province showed strong Nordic influences, with steep-roofed buildings designed to shed snow and stone construction that retained heat during the harsh mountain winters. The population reflected this cultural blend, with many Nord residents maintaining traditions more commonly associated with Skyrim than Cyrodiil. The escort party skirted the western edge of Brumma, avoiding the city proper to maintain secrecy. Joffrey led them along a narrow mountain trail that switch-backed up the steep slopes of the Geralds, eventually revealing Cloud Ruler Temple perched on a mountain shelf with commanding views of the valleys below. The fortress was an impressive blend of Avariri and imperial architecture. Massive stone walls surrounded an inner courtyard with the main hall, rising in the distinctive curved roof style of ancient Avari design. 2 blades stood guard at the main gates, immediately recognizing Joffrey and snapping to attention. As the small party approached, The massive wooden gates swung open to reveal dozens more blades within, all in full armor, forming an honor guard for the heir to the throne. This was Martin's first encounter with the full ceremonial protocol his bloodline commanded, and the priest's discomfort was evident as the elite warriors knelt in unison before him. Captain Stephen, second in command of the Blades at Cloud Ruler Temple, formally welcomed Martin Septim and presented him with the keys to the fortress, a symbolic gesture recognizing his authority as the rightful emperor. Martin's response revealed both his humility and his growing acceptance of responsibility. He acknowledged that he was not yet emperor, having neither the Amulet of Kings nor the formal coronation, but promised to do his utmost to be worthy of their loyalty and sacrifice. Within the great hall of Cloud Ruler Temple, Joffrey convened a council of senior blades to assess their situation. The fortress, while impregnable by conventional forces, could not serve as a permanent solution. The mythic Dawn still possessed the Amulet of King's Oblivion Gates, continued to appear across Cyrodiil, and the longer the dragon fires remained unlit, the greater the threat to all of Tamriel. Intelligence reports from Blades agents across the province painted a disturbing picture. Oblivion Gates had been sighted near several major settlements, though none had yet suffered Kvatch's fate. The Imperial City remained secure with the Elder Council, under High Chancellor Akato, implementing emergency measures to defend the capital. However, coordination between counties was breaking down as local rulers focused on protecting their own territories. It was during this council that Joffrey revealed their next objective: infiltrating the mythic Dawn cult to recover the Amulet of Kings. The task would fall to the hero of Kvatch, whose actions at Kvatch had demonstrated both the courage and capability necessary for such a dangerous mission. Boris, one of the surviving blades from the Emperor's assassination, had been conducting investigations in the Imperial City and had uncovered lights regarding the cult's activities. While Martin remained at Cloud Ruler Temple under Blade protection, the hero journeyed back to the Imperial City to meet with Boris. The capital was noticeably changed since the hero's departure from its prison sewers. Imperial watch patrols had doubled. Citizens spoke in hushed tones about DRI sightings in the provinces, and the Temple District had become a site of continuous prayer as worshippers sought divine protection from the growing crisis. Boris had established himself in the boarding house, a nondescript tavern in the Elven Gardens district, where he could observe suspected Mythic Dawn agents without drawing attention. His investigations had identified a pattern of meetings between cult members and potential recruits, with particular focus on a Bosmer named Gwas, who had arranged to purchase a rare book called The Mythic Dawn Commentaries. Through careful surveillance and well-timed intervention, the hero and Boris discovered that the commentaries were actually a 4-volume set written by Manar Cameron, the leader of the Mythic Dawn. These texts contained both the cult's theological foundations and, hidden within their arcane symbolism, directions to the cult's secret shrine. 3 volumes were obtained through various means, purchased from bookshops, recovered from dead cultists, or stolen from private collections, but the 4th remained elusive. The breakthrough came when they identified a mythic Dawn recruiter operating out of the sunken sewers beneath the Imperial City. By posing as a potential initiate, the hero gained access to the final volume of the commentaries and discovered the location of the cult shrine, a cavern system in the Lake Eris region, northeast of the Imperial City. The journey to this hidden shrine took the hero through the eastern reaches of the Nate Basin, a region of lush valleys and scattered settlements known for its rice cultivation and river trade. The shrine itself was concealed within an unremarkable cave entrance that would have been overlooked without the specific directions decoded from Cameron's writings. Inside, the true nature of the mythic dawn became apparent. Red banners bearing the rising sun symbol of the cult adorned the rough stone walls. Cultists, in various stages of initiation, moved through the caverns, their crimson robes marking their allegiance to Mune's Daon. Deeper within, a large central chamber had been converted into a Dritch temple with an altar at its center and a massive statue of Mune's Daon dominating the space. Maintaining the disguise of a new initiate, the hero was brought before Ruma Cameron, daughter of the cult leader and one of his chief lieutenants. The initiation ceremony required the sacrifice of a blade agent who had been captured during a collection of stone buildings surrounding a small chapel dedicated to Talos. The priory served as both a religious retreat for the Order of Talos and a working farm that supplied food to the nearby city. Its unassuming appearance belied its significance as a secret outpost of the Blades with Grandmaster Joffrey, disguised as a simple monk among his brothers. Upon arrival at the priory, the traveler was directed to Prior Maverill's house where Joffrey could be found. The Grandmaster of the Blades presented a stark contrast to the battle-worn guards who had accompanied the Emperor in his final hours. Joffrey appeared as an elderly Breton man with a monk's tonsure, dressed in simple robes rather than the distinctive Averiavi armor of his order. His weathered face and calm demeanor suggested a life of contemplation rather than espionage and combat. Yet his sharp eyes betrayed a keen intelligence that had served the Empire for decades. The presentation of the Amulet of Kings transformed Joffrey's demeanor instantly. The practiced serenity of a monk gave way to the alert posture of a master spy and warrior. He examined the amulet carefully, verifying its authenticity through methods known only to the highest-ranking blades. The red diamond caught the light from the prize windows, its inner fire seeming to pulse with the collective essence of the Septim bloodline. Joffrey's reaction to the news of the Emperor's death was controlled but profound. As Grand Master, he had served Uriel for much of his reign, and the personal loss was evident beneath his professional composure. More shocking to him, however, was the Emperor's final revelation that an unknown heir to the Septim throne existed, a son named Martin, who served as a priest in the city of Kvatch. The existence of this heir had been one of the Empire's most closely guarded secrets. According to Joffrey's account, Martin had been brought to him as an infant decades earlier, with instructions from the Emperor himself to place the child with a family far from the imperial city. No records of this son existed in official imperial genealogies, and even most blades remained unaware of his existence. This secrecy had now become Martin's only protection against the Mythic Dawn assassins, who had systematically eliminated the Emperor's known heirs. With the amulet secured in Joffrey's keeping, the traveler received new instructions. Journey to Kvatch and retrieve Martin before the Mythic Dawn discovered his existence. The urgency of this mission was underscored by Joffrey's concern that without a septum to relight the dragon fires in the Temple of the One, the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion would continue to weaken. Prior Mabel, recognizing the importance of speed, offered his horse for the journey, a bay mare with a white blaze named Prior's Pride. The road to Kvatch would take the traveler south through the Gold Coast region of Cyrodiil, past Skingrad, and through fertile farmlands before climbing into the highlands where Kvatch perched on its plateau. The journey began under clear skies, but as the traveler approached the western highlands, an ominous change became apparent. Dark clouds gathered specifically over the region of Kvatch, unnatural in their concentration and tinged with an unsettling reddish hue. The air grew increasingly acrid, carrying the scent of sulfur and ash that stung the eyes and burned the throat. At the base of the winding road that led up to Kvatch, a makeshift refugee camp had formed. Dozens of citizens huddled in hastily erected tents or simply sat on the ground, many bearing injuries ranging from minor burns to more serious wounds. Imperial guards from Skingrad had established a perimeter, treating the injured and maintaining order among the shocked survivors. It was here that the traveler first encountered Savian Mattias, captain of the Kvatch Guard, who had established a defensive position at the bottom of the hill. Mattias's armor was scorched and dented, his face streaked with soot and blood, but his determination remained unbroken. He provided the first coherent account of what had transpired in Kvatch during the previous night. According to Mattias, a massive portal had opened outside the city gates just after midnight, a towering structure of black stone and crackling fire that tore a hole in reality itself. From this gate emerged draw of various kinds: scamps, clan, fear, Dremora, and other creatures from the plains of oblivion. The city guard had been overwhelmed within hours, forced to retreat as the draw set fire to buildings and slaughtered citizens. The most disturbing element of Mattias's account was his description of the gate itself, an oblivion gate, a direct connection to Munsdegon's realm of the Deadlands. Such gates had not been seen in Tamriel since the time of the Elysian Empire, their manifestation prevented by the Dragonfires and the covenant between Akatosh and the Dragonborn Emperors. With Uriel Septim's death and the Dragonfires extinguished, this ancient barrier had weakened enough to allow Dian's forces direct access to Mundus. The road to Kvatch, normally a pleasant climb through forested hills, had become a hellscape. The trees were either burned to charred husks or twisted into unnatural forms by proximity to oblivion energies. The ground itself had changed with patches of the red-cracked earth characteristic of the Deadlands breaking through Cyrodiil's natural soil. Dritch structures, obsidian spikes, and twisted metal formations had erupted around the gate, creating a perimeter of alien architecture. At the top of the hill, where the gates of Kvatch should have stood, the full horror of the situation became apparent. The massive Oblivion Gate dominated the approach to the city, its fiery portal swirling with energies that distorted the air around it. Smaller gates flanked it, though they appeared inactive. Beyond this Dritch barrier, Kvatch itself was visible, or what remained of it. Buildings burned with unnatural flames that had been raging for hours without consuming their fuel. The walls were breached in several places and DRI creatures could be seen moving through the streets. A small contingent of Kvatch guards maintained a barricade before the gate led by Mattias, who had returned to his position after briefing the traveler. These men and women, exhausted and outnumbered, had held this position through the night, preventing the draw from descending on the refugee camp below, but unable to push forward into the city itself. The situation appeared hopeless. No reinforcements were forthcoming from the Imperial city. The gate showed no signs of closing on its own, and the guards lacked the knowledge or magical ability to seal it from the Mundus side. It was here that the traveler made a decision that would later be recognized as the first truly heroic act of the champion of Cyrodiil to enter the Oblivion Gate itself and find a way to close it from within. The experience of entering the gate was described by survivors of later gates as one of the most physically and psychologically disorienting sensations possible. The transition between planes involved a moment of extreme heat, pressure on all sides, and a brief but intense feeling of one's body being pulled apart before reconstituting in the Deadlands. The realm of Mioun's Dion assaulted all senses at once. The ground consisted of islands of black and red stone floating in seas of lava. The sky burned crimson without sun or stars, occasionally split by lightning that struck from cloudless expanses. Towers of black metal rose from the landscape, their architecture defying moonless physics with impossible angles and surfaces that seemed to shift when not directly observed. The air itself was toxic, filled with ash and sulfur that made breathing painful and prolonged exposure potentially fatal. Vegetation, if it could be called such, consisted primarily of Deadlands flora, twisted, thorny plants that seemed more like organic weapons than natural growth. Flame stalks erupted from the ground without warning, while Harada roots sought to ensnare anything that moved too close. The DRI inhabitants of this realm ranged from the relatively minor scamps, small, agile creatures that attacked with claws and fire, magic, to the more formidable Dremora, who possessed human-like intelligence and wielded Daedric weapons and destructive spells. These Dremora operated in a strict hierarchical society, with various ranks from the lowly churls to the commanding marine or grand dukes, who answered directly to Mioun Dion himself. Navigation through this hostile landscape required both combat prowess and careful observation. The challenges, the hero's reputation, and persuasive efforts secured commitments from each county, modest reinforcements that, when combined, would bolster Buma's defenses against the anticipated Great Gate. These diplomatic victories further cemented the hero's status beyond mere warrior to that of a legitimate representative of the Imperial heir. With preparations underway for Bruma's defense, the hero turned to the next component needed for Martin's ritual, a great Welkin stone. These artifacts of Aelid origin had once powered the magical infrastructure of the ancient elven civilization. Most had been plundered or destroyed over the millennia since the Elysian Rebellion, but Martin's research indicated that one remained in the ruins of Mascarend, a significant Aelid city southwest of the Imperial City. The journey to Mizarkhan took the hero through the West Weald, a region of rolling hills and scattered forests known for its vineyards and silverwood trees. The ruins themselves emerged from the landscape like the bleached bones of a fallen giant white stone structures partially reclaimed by vegetation, their once magnificent arches and towers now crumbling but still impressive in scale. Mizarkhan had not stood empty in the centuries since the Aelid civilization's fall. Generations of bandits, necromancers, and creatures had made their homes in different sections of the vast complex. Most recently, a tribe of goblins had established territory throughout the upper levels, while more insidious dangers lurked in the depths where ancient Aelid protections remained active. The hero navigated through chambers illuminated by varstones that had maintained their magical light for thousands of years. Aelid architecture favored soaring ceilings, intricate geometric patterns, and channels of water that flowed through the structures themselves. Many rooms contained wells that plunged to unknown depths, their surfaces reflecting the blue-white light of the magical stones. In the deepest chamber, past mechanical traps and guardian constructs, the hero confronted the king of Miskarand, a lick that had once been an Aelid sorcerer, preserved through necromantic magic and still protecting his domain millennia after his civilization's collapse. The battle against this ancient undead ruler tested the hero's abilities against both powerful destruction magic and summoned undead guardians. With the lick defeated, the great Welkin stone was secured, a crystal the size of a human head that pulsed with magical energy so pure it made the air around it shimmer. Unlike the smaller Welland stones that powered individual Aelid devices, this great stone had once channeled magical energy throughout the entire city, making it one of the most powerful artifacts of its kind still in existence. The third component, the blood of a Dritch prince, presented a unique challenge. Direct confrontation with a DRI prince would be suicidal, yet their blood was necessary for the ritual. Martin's solution demonstrated his growing strategic thinking. They would use a DRI artifact instead, as these objects were created from the essence of the princes themselves and contained traces of their power. The hero's search for a suitable artifact led to an investigation of Dritch shrines scattered throughout Cyrodiil. These remote locations attracted worshippers seeking the favor of specific princes, each shrine dedicated to one of the 16 Dritch lords who regularly interacted with mortals. The shrines ranged from elaborate stone structures to simple altars, but all served as conduits for communication between planes. At the Shrine of Azura, located in the Gerald Mountains north of Cheddinhal, the hero encountered worshippers seeking wisdom from the Prince of Dusk and Dawn. Azura's task involved cleansing a corrupted shrine, revealing her concern with balance and her relatively benevolent nature compared to other Dritch princes. The shrine of Clavicus Vile in the Nive Basin presented a different challenge. The Prince of Bargains requested the retrieval of an enchanted axe, Umbra, but his canine companion Barbas secretly urged the hero to defy his master's wishes, highlighting the often treacherous nature of DRI quests. Near Skingrad, the Shrine of Sanguine attracted hedonists seeking the Prince of Debauchery's favor. His request for disruption of a nobleman's dinner party reflected his desire for chaos and indulgence, traits that made his followers particularly unpredictable. The most suitable artifact for their purpose came from Marin Dion himself, a poetic justice that appealed to Martin's emerging sense of cosmic. From this devastation represented the first crucial step in countering the Oblivion Crisis. Though he remained skeptical of his heritage, he agreed to accompany the traveler to Wayn Pree to speak with Joffrey. His decision was motivated less by personal ambition than by a priest's sense of duty. If there was truth to these claims, and if his presence could somehow help prevent further tragedies like Kvatch, he could not in good conscience refuse. As the group descended from the ruined city, the significance of what had occurred began to spread among the refugees. Whispers of the hero of Kvatch started to circulate, the first use of this title that would eventually become synonymous with the champion of Cyrodiil. The closing of the Oblivion Gate and the rescue of survivors from the chapel represented the first victory, however small, against the DRI invasion. The road back to Wayn Pree now lay before Martin and the traveler, with the devastation of Kvatch, serving as a grim preview of what might befall all of Tamriel if the dragonfires remained unlit. The Amulet of Kings, safely stored at the Priory, would be the key to restoring the barriers between worlds. Assuming Martin truly was of the Septum bloodline, and assuming they could reach the Imperial City in time. The smoldering ruins of Kvatch faded behind as Martin Septim and the former prisoner descended the winding highland road. The air gradually cleared of ash and sulfur, though the acrid scent clung to their clothing as a persistent reminder of the devastation. The refugees who had escaped the DRI onslaught gathered at the roadside, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief as they watched the priest, now revealed as Imperial heir, passed by with his unlikely protector. It was Savius Adius, son of Count Orleus Goldwyn of Kvatch, who first formally bestowed the title Hero of Kvatch upon the former prisoner. Standing before the assembled survivors, his noble garments stained with soot and blood, Savius raised his voice so all could hear. Let it be known that when Kvatch stood on the brink of annihilation, when Dra poured from oblivion itself, one person had the courage to enter that hellish realm and return victorious. The city of Kvatch recognizes this hero, and though our home lies in ruins, our gratitude stands undiminished. The title spread quickly among the survivors. Farmers, merchants, craftspeople, and guards all repeated the story of how a single individual had closed an oblivion gate and carved a path through Dritch forces to rescue those trapped in the chapel of Akatosh. The tale grew with each telling, with some accounts claiming the hero had slain dozens of Dremora single-handedly, or had wrestled the sigil stone from Mune's Dion himself. For Martin, these celebrations rang hollow against the backdrop of destruction. As a priest of Akatosh, he had spent years counseling parishioners through personal tragedies, but nothing in his training had prepared him for catastrophe on this scale. His city lay in ruins, his congregation scattered or dead, and now he faced claims of imperial heritage that challenged his entire understanding of his identity. The journey to Wyan Priory took them east through the Gold Coast region, and then north along the Black Road. Martin traveled in contemplative silence for much of the way, occasionally asking measured questions about the Emperor's death and the mythic Dawn cult. His scholarly mind approached these revelations methodically, testing their internal consistency and comparing them against his own knowledge of Tamilic history and Dritch lore. Martin's expertise in Dreology became evident during these conversations. Before finding solace in the priesthood of Akatosh, he had dabbled in more questionable magical pursuits, including draw summoning and conjuration. This background, though he spoke of it with obvious regret, had given him insights into Dritch princes and their realms that would prove invaluable in the coming conflict. As they approached Chol, Imperial Watch patrols became more frequent on the roads. News of the Emperor's assassination had finally spread throughout Cyrodiil, though details remained scarce and contradictory. Some reports claimed all the heirs were dead, while others suggested one had escaped. The destruction of Kvatch was still largely unknown to the Oblivion Crisis, representing the final stage of a plan generations in the making. As Martin completed preparations for the Paradise Portal ritual at Cloud Ruler Temple, the hero of Kvatch stood ready to enter Mangar Cameron's created realm, a journey from which many believed there could be no return. The Amulet of Kings remained their only hope of resealing the barriers between worlds, and it lay around the neck of a madman who believed himself to be remaking reality in his master's image. The hero of Kvatch's growing reputation spread throughout Cyrodiil like wildfire, transforming the former prisoner into a symbol of hope during the darkest days of the Oblivion Crisis. This newfound status proved invaluable as they began to forge alliances across the province. Recognizing that Martin Septim's claim to the throne would require more than just the Amulet of Kings, it would need the support of Cyrodiil's most influential factions and counties. The Fighter Guild presented the first opportunity for meaningful alliance. The guild had suffered a crisis of leadership in recent years, with corruption spreading through several chapter houses. In Anvil, the local guild master Aster had been investigating the suspicious activities of a rival mercenary group known as the Blackwood Company. This organization had been undercutting the Fighter Guild's contracts through methods that seemed increasingly unscrupulous. The hero's investigation revealed disturbing practices within the Blackwood Company. Their fighters used a substance derived from histap, a sacred material to Argonians that had been modified to enhance combat abilities while inducing berserker-like rage. Under its influence, company members had massacred an entire settlement they had hallucinated as being overrun by goblins. This discovery led to a confrontation at the Blackwood Company headquarters in Leowen, where the hero destroyed their histap processing equipment and eliminated their leadership. By helping reform the Fighter Guild under the leadership of Modern Orin, a principled Dunmer veteran, the hero secured the support of Cyrodiil's largest martial organization. Guild fighters began actively assisting in closing Oblivion gates and training local militias to defend their communities. Their expertise in conventional warfare complemented the Blade's more specialized skills, creating a network of trained combatants across the province who could respond quickly to Dritch incursions. The Mages Guild offered different but equally valuable resources. Under Archmage Traven's leadership, the guild had recently banned necromancy, creating internal strife that had weakened their position. The hero's assistance in confronting the necromancer Manimarco, the King of Worms, helped unify the fractured organization at a critical moment. With Manimarco defeated, the Mages Guild established a systematic approach to studying and countering the Oblivion Gates. Guild scholars documented the architecture of the Deadlands, cataloged DRI creatures and their weaknesses, and developed specialized spells designed to disrupt DRI magic. Their research proved particularly valuable in understanding how sigil stones functioned, knowledge that helped Martin's work on accessing paradise. The guild also established a communication network using magical means allowing rapid transmission of information about new gate appearances and Dritch movements. Apprentices with teleportation skills were stationed at major settlements, ready to transport emergency supplies or evacuate civilians when necessary. These magical logistics significantly improved response times to new threats. In the Imperial City, the Arcane University became a center for refugee mages from outlying guild halls that had been damaged or destroyed. These magic users, representing a variety of specializations and cultural backgrounds, collaborated on defensive enchantments that were distributed to guards across the province. Simple items like amulets that resisted fire damage or rings that enhanced stamina recovery made a meaningful difference in survivability when facing Dritch opponents. Beyond the formal guilds, the hero cultivated relationships with Cyrodiil's various counties, each of which faced unique challenges during the crisis. The strategic importance of securing these alliances became apparent as Mythic Dawn activity spread across the province, with Oblivion Gates appearing in patterns that suggested coordinated attempts to isolate and overwhelm specific regions. Chall, situated near Wainion Priory, where the crisis had first touched the hero's journey, maintained close ties to the Fighter Guild, whose hall served as a rallying point for the county's defense. Countess Ariana Valga, widowed years before the crisis, proved an efficient administrator who prioritized practical defense, measures over symbolic gestures. Under her direction, Charles' walls were reinforced with additional guard posts, and civilian volunteers were organized into support units that handled logistics, allowing trained fighters to focus on combat. The hero's assistance in resolving a threat to Valga's daughter, Alesia, who had been targeted by Mythic Dawn agents seeking leverage against the Countess, secured her unwavering support for Martin's cause. Charles' strategic position controlling the western approaches to the Imperial City made this alliance particularly valuable. In Anvil, the mysterious return of Count Corvus Ubernox after a decade-long absence had created political tension that complicated the coastal city's response to the crisis. The hero's discreet investigation revealed the Count's connection to the Grey Fox and the Thieves' Guild, and their assistance in breaking an ancient curse that had forced his anonymity earned both the Count's gratitude and access to the Guild's extensive information network. This unlikely alliance proved unexpectedly valuable, as the Thieves' Guild's knowledge of hidden passages, smuggling routes, and underworld activities helped identify Mythic Dawn infiltrators throughout western Cyrodiil. Guild members operating outside official channels intercepted cult communications and recovered stolen supplies that would have otherwise fueled the DRI war effort. Skinrad presented a unique situation under Count Janice Hassler, whose vampiric nature remained a closely guarded secret from most of his subjects. The hero's discretion in handling sensitive tasks for the Count, including resolving a situation with his wife's condition and dealing with vampire hunters, established a trust that transcended conventional politics. Hasseldor's centuries of experience and enhanced magical abilities made him one of the most formidable individual allies in the fight against the Mythic Dawn. His castle became a secure location for storing dangerous artifacts recovered from cultists, and his personal library contained rare texts on Dritch princes that supplemented Martin's research. The Count's longevity also provided valuable historical perspective, as he had witnessed previous threats to the Empire and could identify patterns that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. The southern cities of Leeuwin and Bravel, already struggling with internal problems before the crisis, required different approaches. In Leeuwin, Count Marius Coe's preoccupation with border tensions involving Black Marsh and elsewhere had left the city vulnerable to Mythic Dawn infiltration. The hero uncovered a cult cell operating from a seemingly abandoned house, preventing a plot to open multiple gates simultaneously within the city walls. This intervention earned Coe's attention, though his support remained tentative due to concerns about weakening his borders. The hero negotiated a compromise where Argonian and Khajiit residents of Leeuwin, often treated with suspicion by the Count's administration, were integrated into the city's defense forces. This not only strengthened Leeuwin's security, but also reduced internal tensions that the Mythic Dawn had been exploiting. Bravo, under the leadership of the notoriously corrupt Count Regulus Torrentius, presented different challenges. The city's endemic poverty and Shuma trade had created conditions where many citizens were susceptible to Mythic Dawn recruitment promises. The heroes work with local chapel healers to establish treatment programs for Shuma addicts, undermine the cult's recruitment efforts, while building goodwill among Bravo's population. When an Oblivion Gate opened in the marshes near Braval, the hero led a mixed force of city guards and rehabilitated former addicts to close it. This victory, achieved despite the Count's minimal support, demonstrated that even Cyrodiil's most troubled regions could contribute to the broader struggle when properly motivated and organized. In the northern city of Bruma, the hero's relationship with Countess Narina Carving evolved from formal alliance to genuine partnership as the threat to the nearby Cloud Ruler Temple intensified. Carvin's Nordic heritage and diplomatic skills made her uniquely suited to coordinate with both imperial authorities and the Blades, whose Asivri traditions she personally studied and admired. The Countess provided invaluable support by allowing Blades agents to operate openly in her city, sharing intelligence about mountain passes that the Mythic Dawn might use to approach Cloud Ruler Temple, and personally supervising the reinforcement of Bruma's defenses. Her collection of Akaveri artifacts, gathered through years of scholarly interest, included items that helped the Blades restore ancient defensive systems within their mountain fortress. As the anticipated Great Gate threatened Bruma, Carving made the difficult decision to commit nearly all her forces to its defense, recognizing that the city's survival was inseparable from the success of Martin's cause. This decisive leadership inspired other counties to contribute forces despite their own vulnerabilities, creating the unified response that would prove crucial in the battle for Bruma. Throughout these diplomatic efforts, the hero maintained close relationships with key members of the Blades, whose network extended far beyond Cloud Ruler Temple. Boris, having survived the Emperor's assassination, focused his efforts on counterintelligence in the Imperial City, identifying and eliminating Mythic Dawn agents who attempted to infiltrate the Elder Council or Imperial Legion Command. Captain Stefan oversaw the training of new Blade recruits at Cloud Ruler Temple, accelerating the normal induction process to replace those lost during the initial attacks. His pragmatic approach balanced the Order's traditional disciplines with adaptations necessary for fighting Dritch enemies, creating a new generation of Blades specifically prepared for the Oblivion Crisis. Cyrus and Caroline, veteran Blades assigned as Martin's personal bodyguards, provided insights into the heir's developing character as he transformed from humble priest to imperial leader. They observed his growing confidence in command situations, his strategic aptitude when analyzing intelligence reports, and his genuine concern for the citizens suffering throughout Cyrodiil. Perhaps most significant was the hero's relationship with Joffrey, the Grand Master, whose initial decision to trust a former prisoner had set the entire resistance in motion. As the crisis progressed, Joffrey increasingly relied on the hero not just for missions, but for counsel, recognizing that their first-hand experiences throughout Cyrodiil provided perspectives that complement his own strategic thinking. The Grandmaster's traditional Blades training emphasized absolute loyalty to the Emperor, but the unusual circumstances of Martin's situation, an uncrowned heir leading from a remote mountain fortress, required adaptations to ancient protocols. Joffrey's willingness to incorporate the hero's unconventional approaches represented a significant evolution in Blad's doctrine, creating precedents that would influence the Order for generations. This network of alliances across Cyrodiil's political landscape proved crucial as Martin continued his research into the Mysterium Zarks. The combined resources of the Mags Guild's arcane knowledge, the Fighter Guild's martial expertise, the county's local forces, and the Blade's strategic coordination created a resilient system that could respond to threats, even as the hero pursued the components needed for Martin's ritual. The political stability these alliances fostered became increasingly important as rumors of the emperor's death and the existence of an heir spread throughout the province. Without formal announcement from the Elder Council or a coronation ceremony, Martin's legitimacy remained technically uncertain in constitutional terms. The support of county rulers, guild leaders, and other prominent figures helped fill this legitimacy gap, creating practical recognition that sustained imperial governance despite the unprecedented situation. High Chancellor Akato, acting as imperial regent in the absence of a crowned emperor, maintained official neutrality regarding Martin's claim while practically supporting the efforts against the Oblivion crisis. This delicate position reflected the Elder Council's cautious approach. They neither rejected Martin nor formally recognized him without the Amulet of Kings, preserving institutional continuity while awaiting resolution of the crisis. The hero's diplomatic achievements during this period demonstrated that their value extended far beyond combat prowess or the ability to close Oblivion gates. By building a coalition that transcended traditional rivalries between counties and factions, they created the foundation for a unified Cyrodiil that could survive the immediate crisis and potentially thrive in whatever new era would follow. The completed ritual components lay arranged on the Great Table of Cloud Ruler Temple's main hall. The great sigil stone pulsed with otherworldly energy, its surface swirling with the same crimson patterns that characterized the Oblivion gates themselves. Beside it, the great Welkin stone cast a soft blue-white glow that seemed to push back against the sigil stone's malevolent radiance. Maroon's razor rested on a velvet cloth, its wicked edge gleaming in the torchlight, while a gauntlet from the Crusader's relics completed the arrangement, its divine enchantments, creating a subtle humming that only those attuned to magical energies could perceive. Martin Septim stood before these artifacts, his imperial lineage now evident in his bearing. Despite his simple attire, weeks of studying the Mysterium, Zarx had left physical marks. A new streak of gray in his hair, fine lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before, but had also honed his magical abilities and deepened his understanding of Dritch principles. What had once been a priest's theoretical knowledge of the planes had transformed into practical expertise that rivaled master conjurers. The ritual must be precise, Martin explained to the assembled blades and the hero of Kvatch. Cameron's paradise exists in a state between planes, neither fully in Oblivion nor connected to Mundus in the conventional sense. It's a pocket realm created through his mastery of the Mysterium Zarxes, shaped by his will and sustained by the power of the Amulet of Kings. The blades formed a protective circle around the ritual space, their Avarai katanas drawn and ready. Joffrey stood closest to Martin, his weathered face set in grim determination. The Grandmaster had witnessed many historical moments in his long service, but none carried the weight of what they now attempted. A direct assault on a dry realm created by mortal hands. As Martin began the ritual, the components reacted to his incantations. The Welkin stone's light intensified, creating patterns that matched the geometric symbols Martin traced in the air. The sigil stone vibrated, lifting slightly from the table as if pulled toward an unseen destination. Marin's razor emitted a high-pitched sound just beyond normal hearing, causing several blades to wooze and adjust their stance. The Crusader's gauntlet pulsed with golden light that formed a counterpoint to the Dritch energies being channeled. The air in the center of the hall began to distort, twisting like heat rising from summer stones. Colors that had no names in mortal languages flickered at the edges of vision. The temperature in the room fluctuated wildly. One moment cold enough to see breath, the next warm as a hearth fire. The wooden beams of Cloud Ruler Temple groaned under metaphysical pressures they were never designed to withstand. With a final gesture and words spoken in a language older than the Empire itself, Martin completed the ritual. Reality tore open before them, revealing a portal unlike the fiery gates to the Deadlands. This opening shimmered with an almost liquid quality, its surface reflecting idealized landscapes that shifted and changed as if unable to settle on a single vision of paradise. This portal leads directly to Cameron's realm, Martin said, his voice strained from the effort of maintaining the magical construct. Unlike the Oblivion Gates, this is keyed specifically to paradise. But I must warn you, the nature of Cameron's realm means conventional rules of planar travel may not apply. There may be no way back except through success. The hero of Kvatch stepped toward the portal, equipped with gear carefully selected for this mission. Enchanted armor offered protection against Dritch energies, while weapons blessed by priests of the Nine provided advantages against the corrupted denizens they might encounter. Potions of healing and magica restoration filled their pack alongside scrolls containing powerful spells that might prove necessary in extreme circumstances. Joffrey presented the hero with a blade's katana, a rare honor for one not formally inducted into their order. "Return with the amulet," the Grand Master said simply, the weight of Tamriel's future evident in his tone. With a final nod to Martin and the assembled blades, the hero stepped through the portal, experiencing the now familiar sensation of planar transition, the momentary dissolution of self, the stretching of perception across impossible distances, and then reconstitution in a realm that operated under different physical laws. Paradise first appeared, as its name suggested, a landscape of breathtaking beauty. Rolling hills covered in lush grass stretched toward distant mountains whose peaks gleamed with perfect snow. Crystal clear streams wound through meadows dotted with flowers of impossible colors. The sky above held both sun and stars simultaneously, creating an ethereal light that cast no shadows. The air carried scents of blooming flowers, ripe fruit, and fresh rain. This initial impression quickly revealed subtle wrongness. The perfect symmetry of the trees, the two vibrant colors of the foliage, the unnatural stillness of water that should have flowed, all suggested a realm created from memory and desire rather than natural processes. Paradise was a construct shaped by Maynard Cameron's vision, and that vision contained fundamental flaws in its understanding of Mundus. Movement among the trees revealed the first inhabitants of paradise, robed figures who at a distance appeared to be enjoying the idyllic setting. Closer inspection showed expressions of constant pain beneath their serene smiles. These were mythic dawn cultists who had died in Tamriel and been rewarded with eternal life in their master's realm. Their immortality proved a torment rather than a blessing, as they experienced continuous death and rebirth in cycles of suffering disguised as transcendence. One such soul approached the hero, an Altmer woman whose robes bore the sunrise emblem of the mythic dawn. Though tattered and stained with what appeared to be her own blood, she identified herself as Rum Cameran, daughter of Manar, who had been sent back to paradise after her death in the material world. Her once haughty demeanor had been replaced by a desperate intensity as she explained the true nature of their surroundings. "This is not the paradise my father promised," she whispered, constantly glancing over her shoulder. "We die here again and again. The wastes consume us, the punished hunt us. And when we fall, we awaken to begin the cycle anew. There is no escape, no true death to end the suffering. The savage garden, as the cultists called this outer region of paradise, served as both reward and prison for Mythic Dawn members who had proven themselves worthy of transcendence. Those who questioned Cameron's teaching or failed in their duties faced worse fates in regions known as the Forbidden Groves and the Flooded Plains, where Dritch entities tormented them continuously. Rumor revealed that Mankar Cameron resided in a palace at the Realm Center, a structure called Karak Agalor that mirrored ancient Alad design. The Amulet of Kings remained with him at all times, its power integral to maintaining paradise itself. Between the hero and this destination lay regions of increasing danger, patrolled by Dra, loyal to Cameron and Mune's Dagon. The journey through paradise revealed the fundamental contradictions in Cameron's philosophy. He had created a realm that physically manifested his interpretation of the Mysterium Zarks, a vision where Mundus was rightfully a plane of oblivion that had been unjustly claimed by the Adra. Yet his execution betrayed his mortal limitations. Unable to truly comprehend DRI principles of creation, he had built a flawed imitation that incorporated elements of Mundus, oblivion, and his own imperfect memories. As the hero progressed deeper into paradise, the landscape gradually transformed. The idealized natural beauty gave way to sections that more closely resembled the Deadlands, cracked red earth, pools of lava, and Dritch flora, interspersed with corrupted versions of Cyrodiilic plants. This blending of realms reflected Cameron's vision for Tamriel. Once Mune's Dion completed his invasion, a world where the boundaries between Mundus and Oblivion dissolved. DRI creatures patrolled these transitional areas, scamps and clan, fear that behaved more like trained guards than the feral entities encountered in standard Oblivion gates. They moved in coordinated patterns, demonstrating an unusual discipline that suggested direct control by a higher intelligence. Among them walked humanoid figures in distinctive armor that combined aid designs with Dritch materials. Cameron's personal guard, immortal within paradise and fanatically loyal to their master. The approach to Karak Agalor required passing through what appeared to be a corrupted Alad ruin, white stone structures stained with red patterns that pulsed in rhythm with distant heartbeats. Magical barriers blocked direct paths, forcing circuitous routes through chambers designed to test worthiness through combat or magical aptitude. These challenges revealed Cameron's conception of paradise as inherently competitive, a realm where strength and magical dominance determined one's place in the hierarchy. Within these ruins, the hero encountered Raven Cameran, son of Manar and brother to Ruma. Unlike his sister, Raven had maintained his position in his father's inner circle, serving as both enforcer and theological interpreter. His confrontation with the hero revealed the depth of his indoctrination. He genuinely believed that Marin's Daeon's invasion represented liberation rather than destruction. You fight to maintain chains you don't even perceive, Raven declared during their battle. Nur was never meant to be separate from the realms of oblivion. The Adra are not creators, but thieves who stole what rightfully belonged to the Dritch princes. My father will restore the natural order, returning Tamriel to its true master. The defeat of Raven Camoran opened the final approach to Carrick Agalor, a palace whose architecture blended aid grandeur with Dritch elements. Towers of white stone rose alongside structures of black metal, connected by bridges that seemed to shift position when not directly observed. Gardens of both mundus plants and deadlands flora surrounded the complex, tended by cultists whose endless deaths and rebirths had rendered them little more than automatons. At the palace's heart, in a chamber designed to resemble the Elder Council chambers, but corrupted with Dritch influences, Manankar Cameron awaited. The Amulet of Kings hung around his neck, its red diamond glowing with an intensity that suggested it recognized its proximity to Akatosh's bloodline, even across the planar boundaries. Cameron himself presented a figure of terrible charisma, his features handsome yet alien, his robes incorporating both Aid and Dritch symbolism, his voice carrying the power to compel belief even when speaking obvious falsehoods. The Amulet of Kings is mine by right, Cameron declared as the hero entered his sanctum. Do you not see the pattern in history? Elysia received it from Makatosh, yet she was no true child of the dragon. The covenant it represents is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the natural order. Marun's Dion does not invade Tamriel. He reclaims what was always his. What followed was not merely combat, but a philosophical confrontation with Cameron, expounding his cosmological theories, even as he unleashed devastating magical attacks. He claimed that each Dritch prince rightfully ruled a portion of Mundus Azura's domain, encompassing Merowyn Clavicus Vile's influence evident in Hiero and Mayun's Daeon's legitimate territory, including Cyrodiil itself. In his worldview, the barriers between planes represented an artificial constraint imposed by the Adra to maintain control over realms they had wrongfully claimed. The Mysterium Zarx reveals the truth that your divines have concealed, Cameron continued, summoning Atronax to his defense while maintaining a barrier of magical energy around himself. Miyun's Daeon approaches not as conqueror, but as liberator. The Oblivion Gates open pathways home for those parts of Mundus that were severed from their rightful planes. Throughout this confrontation, Paradise itself reacted to the battle. The palace walls pulsed with energy that flowed toward Cameron, while the ground trembled with increasing intensity. The Amulet of Kings glowed brighter as the conflict progressed, its power responding to the clash of wills between Cameron's twisted vision and the hero's connection to Martin's rightful claim. The defeat of Mankar Cameron triggered a fundamental collapse of Paradise itself, with its creators will no longer sustaining its structure. The realm began to disintegrate first at the edges, then progressing rapidly inward. The carefully constructed landscapes dissolved into formless energy, while the cultists and Draw caught in the collapse simply ceased to exist, their immortality within Paradise ending with the realm itself. As Cameron fell, the Amulet of Kings dropped from his neck, its chain breaking as if the artifact itself rejected his touch. The hero grasped the amulet moments before the floor beneath them dissolved completely. The sensation of Paradise's collapse differed from normal planar travel rather than transitioning between stable realms. The hero experienced the complete unraveling of reality around them, followed by a violent expulsion back to Mundus. The return to Cloud Ruler Temple occurred with explosive force. The energy of paradise has collapsed, transferring through the portal and shattering the ritual components that had created it. The great Welkin stone crumbled to dust. The sigil stone fractured into useless fragments, and Mune's razor emitted a final screech before going dormant. Only the Crusader's gauntlet remained intact, its divine enchantments having protected it from the backlash. Martin rushed forward as the hero materialized in the center of the hall, catching them before they collapsed from the strain of the planar transition. The Amulet of Kings clutched in the hero's hand immediately responded to Martin's proximity, its glow intensifying, and its energy reaching toward the last septum, like a loyal hound recognizing its master. The recovery of the amulet represented a crucial victory. Yet, no one in Cloud Ruler Temple celebrated prematurely. Reports continued to arrive of Oblivion gates opening across Cyrodiil, with particularly large portals appearing near the Imperial City itself. The Mythic Dawn, though leaderless with Cameron's true death, continued their efforts with increasing desperation, perhaps aware that their window of opportunity was closing. Joffrey immediately organized an escort to bring Martin to the Imperial City, where he could light the dragon fires in the Temple of the One and restore the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion. The Blade's finest warriors were selected for this mission, with additional support requested from the counties through which they would travel. The hero of Kvatch, despite exhaustion from the journey to paradise, insisted on accompanying Martin. Their journey together had begun in the Imperial prison tunnels, and it seemed fitting that it should conclude at the Empire's heart. As preparations for departure proceeded, Martin studied the Amulet of Kings with a scholar's intensity. The massive red diamond, set in its gold mounting, contained the souls of all previous Septim Emperors, a metaphysical legacy that connected him to Tiber Septim and ultimately to Elysia herself. When he finally placed it around his neck, those present reported a momentary vision. Martin's form briefly overlaid with a larger draconic silhouette that vanished when they tried to focus on it directly. The amulet recognizes its rightful bearer, Martin observed, his voice carrying new authority. Now we must reach the Temple of the One before Mune's Dion finds another way to prevent the rekindling of the dragon fires. The chill mountain air of the Gerald Mountains carried the scent of pine and frost as the hero of Kvatch stood alongside Captain Bird at Top Bruma's northern watchtower. Below them, the city's stone buildings, with their distinctive peaked Nordic roofs, stood dusted with early morning snow. The scene would have appeared peaceful if not for the ominous crimson tear in reality that had manifested outside the eastern walls. Another Oblivion gate, the third to appear near Bruma in as many days. They're probing our defenses, Captain Bird observed, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. Each gate is larger than the last, positioned to test different sections of our perimeter. The pattern of Oblivion gates appearing around Bruma was indeed strategic rather than random. The Mythic Dawn cultists, even without Mankar Cameron's direct leadership, clearly understood the significance of Cloud Ruler Temple and its proximity to the Nordic-influenced city. Intelligence gathered by Blade Scouts suggested that Marin's Dion himself had taken a more direct role in coordinating the DRI forces, focusing particularly on eliminating Martin Septim before he could reach the Imperial City. This escalating threat had prompted Martin to propose a daring strategy that initially shocked even Joffrey. Rather than continuing to react defensively to each new gate, Martin suggested allowing, even encouraging, the mythic Dawn to open a great gate near Bruma. This massive portal, similar to the one that had destroyed Kvatch, would be large enough to permit siege engines from the Deadlands to enter Mundus. However, it would also provide an opportunity to secure a great sigil stone, the final component needed for Martin's ritual to create a portal to paradise. The strategy was fraught with risk. Allowing a great gate to open meant deliberately exposing Bruma to the same fate that had befallen Kvatch. If the defenders failed to retrieve the great sigil stone quickly enough, Drick's siege engines could reduce the city to rubble. Yet Martin argued persuasively that facing this threat under controlled circumstances offered better odds than waiting for Mune's Dion to choose the time and place of his major assault. Better to meet this threat on ground of our choosing, Martin had stated during the council meeting at Cloud Ruler Temple. His transformation from hesitant priest to strategic leader had progressed remarkably, with the blades now deferring to his judgment, even when it contradicted conventional military wisdom. Countess Narina Carving had initially balked at the proposal. "You ask me to gamble with the lives of every citizen in Bruma," she had responded, her Nordic practicality evident in her
direct approach. Yet, after lengthy deliberation with her advisors and Captain Bird, she recognized the logic in Martin's plan. Bruma would likely face a great gate regardless. Better to face it with preparation than be caught unaware. With the decision made, the hero of Kvatch embarked on the critical diplomatic mission to gather reinforcements from every county in Cyrodiil. This task required navigating the complex political landscape of a province where each count and countess balanced loyalty to the empire against responsibility to their own citizens. The response varied significantly across Cyrodiil's counties. From Coral came a contingent of seasoned fighters led by Countess Valga's personal guard captain. Skinrad's contribution, arranged by Count Hasseldor, included battle mages specializing in destruction magic, particularly effective against Dritch flesh. Anvil sent Marines accustomed to repelling pirate raids, their experience in defensive formations valuable for holding ground against Dritch swarms. The southern counties provided smaller but still significant forces. Bravo, despite Count Terentius's reluctance, contributed archers whose experience hunting in the surrounding marshlands translated well to targeting the vulnerable joints in Dremora armor. Leowen's guards arrived with specialized equipment developed for border skirmishes with Argonian raiders. Lightweight armor that allowed for greater mobility against the often cumbersome movements of larger draw. Even Cheydinhal, despite Count Indar's political complications with his Lu connections, sent a token force that included Dunmer spell swords, whose family traditions included techniques specifically developed for combating draw during Merowyn's more turbulent eras. The Imperial City itself, while unable to spare Legion forces without the Elder Council's direct authorization, contributed through unofficial channels. Several veteran Legion officers took leave to join the defense force, bringing valuable tactical experience and training methods that helped integrate the disparate county forces into a coherent fighting unit. As these reinforcements gathered in Bruma, the hero worked alongside Captain Bird to develop a battle plan that accommodated the various fighting styles and equipment of this impromptu army. The Gerald Mountains provided natural choke points that could funnel DRI forces into prepared killing zones, while Bruma's stone architecture offered defensible positions should the perimeter be breached. Martin insisted on taking an active role in these preparations, despite Joffrey's concerns for his safety. The heir to the throne personally reviewed defensive positions, spoke with soldiers from each county to boost morale, and even assisted the Mags Guild representatives in preparing enchanted barriers around Bruma's most vulnerable structures. The people need to see that I will not ask them to take risks I myself am unwilling to face. Martin explained when Joffrey protested his presence on the front lines. This visibility transformed how the soldiers viewed their mission, no longer merely defending a city, but protecting the Empire's future, personified in the man who moved among them, sharing their dangers. The night before the planned operation, snow fell heavily across the Gerald Mountains, covering Bumma and the surrounding countryside in a thick white blanket that muffled sounds and limited visibility. The hero of Kvatch spent these hours moving between the camps of the various county forces, checking equipment and reviewing plans with unit commanders. The mood among the troops mixed tension with determination. Many had seen the aftermath of DRI attacks on their own counties and understood precisely what failure would mean for Bruma. Dawn broke clear and cold, the fresh snow gleaming blindingly in the morning sun. From Cloud Ruler Temple came Martin Septim and his blade escorts, their Avari armor polished to a mirror shine that reflected the sunlight in flashes visible across the valley. Martin himself wore a modified set of Imperial Dragon armor, traditionally reserved for the Emperor's personal use in battle that had been stored at Cloud Ruler Temple since the reign of Uriel VI. Though slightly too large for his frame, the symbolic power of this regalia was undeniable, transforming the former priest visually into the Emperor in waiting. The assembled forces formed up in a semicircle on the snowy plain northeast of Bruma, where Mythic Dawn activity had been most concentrated. County banners flew alongside the Imperial Dragon standard, creating a display of unity not seen in Cyrodiil since the coronation of Uriel 7 decades earlier. Countess Carvine and her household
Guard took position on a rise overlooking the field, where they could observe the battle while maintaining communication with the city's defenders. The plan to trigger the Great Gate required careful execution. Mythic Dawn cultists needed specific conditions to open a portal of such magnitude, particular celestial alignments, ritual components, and a significant number of participants. Blade Intelligence had identified several cultist encampments in the hills around Buma, and the defensive formation was deliberately positioned to appear vulnerable to a coordinated attack from these locations. As midday approached, the first signs of Mythic Dawn activity appeared. Figures in crimson robes emerged from concealed positions in the surrounding forests and hills, gathering in small groups just beyond bow range. Their movement suggested they believed their presence remained undetected, a misconception carefully cultivated by the defenders who maintained the appearance of focusing solely on the existing smaller Oblivion gates. The cultists began their ritual at precisely the hour when Magnus reached its zenith. Circles of crimson energy formed at equidistant points around the battlefield, connecting to create a complex geometric pattern visible only from above, a detail reported by blade scouts positioned on the higher mountain slopes. The snow where these energy lines passed melted instantly, revealing the dormant winter grass beneath and creating steam that added an otherworldly quality to the scene. Martin gave the signal to begin the counter-ritual developed by the Mages Guild representatives, battle mages from Skingrad and enchantresses from the Arcane University cast spells that appeared to disrupt the Mythic Dawn's efforts, but actually redirected their energies toward a single focal point directly before the defensive line. This magical manipulation, appearing as failure to the cultists, encouraged them to commit more resources to their ritual, unwittingly accelerating the formation of exactly the type of gate the defenders sought. The Great Gate's manifestation began with a tremor that shook snow from the trees at the forest's edge. The ground at the ritual center split open, revealing molten earth beneath that bubbled and churned like a volcanic caldera. From this wound, in reality, rose the obsidian framework of a portal far larger than any previously seen in Cyrodiil, save for the one that had destroyed Kvatch. Its archway towered over the battlefield, large enough for several Imperial carriages to pass through, side by side. As the gate stabilized, its fiery interior revealed glimpses of the Deadlands beyond, a hellscape of redstone and lava, where Dritch siege engines were already being positioned for transit to Mundus. The defenders had limited time before these engines could cross over and bring their destructive power to bear on Bruma's walls. The hero of Kvatch led the assault team tasked with entering the Great Gate and recovering the Sigil Stone. This specialized unit included battle mages from the Arcane University, scouts from Cheydinhole, familiar with Dritch movement patterns, and Fighters Guild veterans who had experience closing smaller gates. Their equipment had been enhanced with protective enchantments specifically designed to counter the environmental hazards of the Deads, heat-resistant armor, amulets that filtered the toxic air, and weapons enchanted to cause maximum damage to Dritch flesh. As this team prepared to enter the gate, the main defensive force engaged the DRI Vanguard, already emerging from the portal. Dura commanders led squadrons of lesser draw in disciplined formations that suggested extensive preparation for this assault. Unlike the somewhat chaotic DRI forces encountered at smaller gates, these units moved with tactical precision, targeting weak points in the defensive line and coordinating their magical and physical attacks. The battle spread across the snowy field, the white ground quickly stained with the unnatural colors of DRI and the red blood of defenders. County forces demonstrated the value of their diverse backgrounds. Anvil's Marines held the center with shield wall tactics, while Bravo's archers provided covering fire from elevated positions. Skinrad's battle mages created magical barriers that channeled Drish forces into killing zones where Charles' heavy infantry could engage them with maximum effectiveness. Martin Septim himself, against Joffrey's explicit instructions, joined a reserve unit of blades and Bruma guards positioned to respond to breakthroughs in the defensive line. His magical abilities, honed through years of scholarly study and enhanced by his growing connection to the Amulet of Kings, proved surprisingly effective against higher-ranking Dremora, whose magical resistances would have thwarted less powerful spellcasters. Within the Great Gate, the hero's assault team faced the most challenging environment yet encountered in the Deadlands. The interior structure of a great gate differed significantly from smaller portals with multiple sigil keeps connected by bridges spanning lakes of lava. Drish defenders included not just the usual complement of Dora and Lesser Draw, but also specialized units equipped with siege weaponry and magical constructs designed specifically to protect the Great Sigil Stone. The assault team fought their way through these defenses while constantly aware of the massive siege engine, a Dritch creation called the Daeon Sphere, being prepared for transit to Mundus. This metal behemoth, larger than any Imperial siege tower, moved on grinding mechanical legs toward the gate's threshold, its front equipped with multiple fire-casting devices capable of projecting Deadland's lava directly onto Bruma's walls. Time became the most precious resource as the hero's team navigated the complex interior of the Sigil Keep network. Each barrier they overcame, each Dura squad they defeated brought them closer to the Great Sigil Stone, while the Daeon Sphere continued its inexorable approach to the portal. Outside in Mundus, the defensive line bent but did not break under continuous DRI assault, with county forces rotating fresh troops to replace those exhausted or injured in the fighting. The great sigil stone itself was housed in a chamber, unlike those found in smaller gates. Rather than suspended in a column of fire, it rested within a complex mechanical device that channeled its energy to maintain the massive portal. Dura Marinaz, the highest rank of Marin's Dion servants, conducted continuous rituals around this apparatus, their incantations maintaining the stability of the Great Gate while simultaneously directing power to the approaching siege engine. The final assault on this chamber required precise coordination between the battle mages and fighters of the hero's team. While the mages created momentary disruptions in the protective wards, the warriors engaged the Marinaz in close combat, preventing them from completing their maintaining rituals. The hero themselves focused on reaching the mechanical apparatus housing the Great Sigil Stone, navigating traps and barriers designed specifically to prevent exactly this type of incursion. With the day gone, Sphere mere moments from crossing the threshold into Mundus, the hero reached the Great Sigil Stone and wrenched it from its housing. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the Dritch forces. The great gate structure began to collapse inward, its energy no longer contained and directed by the sigil stone. The Dagon sphere, caught halfway through the portal, became trapped as the dimensional opening contracted around it, ultimately tearing the massive construct apart in a spectacular explosion that showered both the Deadlands and the battlefield. Outside Bruma with fragments of Dritch metal, the hero and surviving assault team members were violently ejected from the collapsing gate, landing amid the defending forces as the massive portal imploded with a thunderous concussion that knocked combatants on both sides off their feet. The DRI forces already in Mundus, suddenly cut off from reinforcement and from Mune's Dion's direct influence, fell into disarray. Without the coordinating presence of their higher-ranking commanders, the lesser reverted to more bestial behavior, making them vulnerable to the disciplined county forces who pressed their advantage. As the great gate collapsed completely, leaving only a scorched crater in the snow-covered ground, a cheer rose from the defenders that echoed off the mountain slopes around Bruma. The city had been spared Kvatch's fate through a combination of careful planning, coordinated resistance, and the hero's successful retrieval of the Great Sigil Stone. The victory celebration was tempered by the cost. Dozens of defenders lay dead or wounded across the battlefield, their sacrifice ensuring that thousands of Bruma citizens would survive. Field healers from the various counties moved among the injured, applying magical healing where possible and conventional medicine where magic had been exhausted. Martin Septim personally visited the wounded, his training as a priest of Akatosh evident as he provided both healing magic and spiritual comfort. This direct involvement with those who had fought for his cause further cemented the loyalty of the county forces, many of whom had initially joined the defense more out of obligation to their own rulers than personal devotion to an uncrowned emperor they had never met. The Great Sigil Stone, larger and more potent than those from standard gates, pulsed with energy as it was carefully transported to Cloud Ruler Temple. This final component would complete Martin's preparations for creating a portal to paradise, bringing them one step closer to recovering the Amulet of Kings and ending the Oblivion Crisis. The Imperial City rose before them as Martin Septim and his escort descended from the Gerald Mountains, the white gold tower gleaming in the distance like a beacon of hope. After the successful defense of Bruma and the acquisition of the Great Sigil Stone, their path was clear. Martin must reach the Temple of the One and relight the dragon fires before Marin's Dion could manifest fully on Nur. The journey from Cloud Ruler Temple had been tense but swift. Joffrey had assembled an elite escort of blades, their Akaveri armor freshly polished and their katanas honed to razor sharpness. The hero of Kvatch rode at Martin's side, watchful for any sign of mythic dawn ambush. Though Minar Cameron's death had fractured the cult's leadership, fanatics still lurked throughout Cyrodiil, desperate to prevent Martin from fulfilling his destiny. As they approached the Imperial City, the signs of crisis became increasingly apparent. Refugee camps dotted the shores of Lake Rumire, filled with citizens who had fled smaller settlements after Oblivion Gates appeared nearby. Imperial Legion patrols had established checkpoints on all major roads, scrutinizing travelers with unprecedented thoroughness. The normally bustling docks of the waterfront district stood nearly empty, as few merchants risked the dangerous journey to the capital. The Talos Plaza district greeted them with eerie silence as they passed through the massive city gates. Streets that should have teemed with nobles, merchants, and citizens were sparsely populated, with most people having retreated to their homes or sought sanctuary in the various chapels. Those who remained outside moved quickly and purposefully, casting nervous glances at the sky, where strange atmospheric disturbances had been observed in recent days, rippling patterns of crimson energy that momentarily thinned the veil between Mundus and Oblivion. Legion soldiers recognized the Blade's distinctive armor immediately and provided escort through the city streets. Captain Stephen, commanding the Blade contingent, exchanged brief reports with the Legion officers, confirming that the Elder Council had been informed of their arrival and awaited Martin in the Imperial Palace. The Temple District, their ultimate destination, lay at the heart of the Imperial City, dominated by the Temple of the One, an ancient structure dating back to the Elysian Empire. This district had become the focus of continuous prayer and ritual, as priests of all 9 divines worked together to maintain spiritual protections around the dormant dragon fires. High Chancellor Akato awaited them at the entrance to the palace district, his normally immaculate robes showing signs of the sleepless nights he had endured coordinating the Empire's response to the crisis. As the most senior member of the Elder Council and de facto ruler in the Emperor's absence, Akato had maintained imperial governance through the chaos following Uriel Septim's assassination. The Altmer politician's diplomatic experience was evident in his careful approach. Though he greeted Martin with the deference to an imperial heir, he stopped short of addressing him as emperor, a technical distinction that acknowledged both Martin's claim and the reality that, without the Amulet of Kings and the lighting of the dragon fires, his coronation remained incomplete in legal terms. The palace itself stood as a testament to the Empire's enduring power despite the crisis engulfing it. Imperial guards in ceremonial armor lined the hallways, standing at attention as Martin passed. Court officials and nobles who had remained in the city gathered to witness the arrival of Uriel's last living heir, their whispered conversations falling silent as the procession entered the Elder Council chamber. This vast circular room with its ornate dome and marble columns had hosted the governance of the Empire for centuries. The council members rose from their seats as Martin entered, their faces showing varying degrees of hope, skepticism, and calculation. Some had already positioned themselves for influence in the new reign, while others remained loyal to the traditions and protocols that had sustained imperial continuity through previous successions. Akato formally presented Martin to the Elder Council, confirming that the Blades had verified his lineage through both magical and traditional means. The Amulet of Kings, now in Martin's possession, provided the most incontrovertible evidence. Only one of Alicia's bloodline could wear it, a fact well established through imperial history. The Council's formal recognition of Martin as Uriel's heir represented a crucial political victory, granting him the legal authority to access the Temple of the One and perform the ritual of lighting the dragon fires. This ancient ceremony, established during Alicia's covenant with Akatosh, had maintained the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion for millennia. Each emperor, upon ascending the throne, would light the sacred flames, renewing the mystical protections that prevented Dritch incursion. As the council session concluded and preparations began for Martin's procession to the temple, a legion messenger burst into the chamber, his armor splattered with blood and his face ashen with shock. Oblivion gates had opened within the city itself. Multiple portals had manifested simultaneously in the elven gardens and market districts, disgorging draw directly into the capital's heart. The implications were catastrophic. No Oblivion gates had ever appeared inside major urban centers before. Their manifestation had always required open space and specific ritual preparations by mythic dawn cultists. This development suggested that the barriers between planes had weakened to an unprecedented degree, allowing Mune's Dion to bypass previous limitations. Akato immediately ordered the full deployment of the Imperial Legion to contain the DRI incursion and evacuate civilians from affected districts. The Blades formed a protective cordon around Martin, preparing to escort him to the Temple of the One through streets that had suddenly become a battlefield. The hero of Kvatch, having more experience with Oblivion gates than anyone present, advised that speed now outweighed caution. Each moment the dragon fires remained unlit increased the risk of further degradation in the planar barriers. Martin concurred, understanding that the direct route to the temple through the palace district offered their best chance of completing the ritual before the situation deteriorated further. As they emerged from the palace into the streets, the scale of the crisis became horrifyingly clear. Multiple gates now punctured reality throughout the city, their fiery portals casting an apocalyptic glow against the imperial city's white stone architecture. Draw of all varieties, from minor scamps to towering Dura lords, engaged legion soldiers in pitched battles across plazas and boulevards. Civilians fled in terror, while battle mages from the Arcane University attempted to establish magical barriers around the most vulnerable districts. The escort fought their way toward the temple district with the hero and the Blades cutting through Dritch opposition, while Martin contributed with surprisingly powerful destruction magic. His time studying the Mysterium Zarks had expanded his magical repertoire far beyond the restoration spells, typical of an Akato's priest, and he wielded fire and lightning with precision against the invaders. The temple district, when they finally reached it, presented a scene of desperate last defense. Priests and temple guards had established a perimeter around the Temple of the One, using both conventional weapons and divine invocations to hold back the Dritch forces converging on this most sacred site. The dragon fires within represented the ultimate target for Marin's Dion's forces. If they could prevent their reeling, the barriers between worlds would collapse completely. The final approach to the temple doors required fighting through the densest concentration of draw yet encountered. Duro Marinaz, the highest-ranking Dremora, short of Mune's Dion's personal guard, coordinated the defense, recognizing the significance of Martin's presence. These elite DRI commanders employed both martial skill and powerful destruction magic, creating a nearly impenetrable barrier of lethal force before the temple entrance. It was here that Joffrey fell. The Grandmaster of the Blades, who had protected the Septim lineage for decades and had first recognized Martin's importance to the Empire's survival, intercepted a spell cast directly at Martin. The magical assault, too powerful for his enchanted armor to fully deflect, struck with catastrophic force. Though healers rushed to his side, the venerable Blade's injuries proved mortal. His final act one of perfect service to the Emperor he had sworn to protect. With Joffrey's sacrifice creating a momentary opening, the hero of Kvatch led the final push to the temple doors, clearing a path for Martin to reach the ceremonial site within. The ancient structure, with its circular design and central altar housing the unlit dragon fires, represented the physical manifestation of Elysia's covenant with Akatosh, the divine agreement that had separated Mundus from oblivion and established the dragonborn emperors as its guardians. As Martin approached the altar, the amulet of kings glowing with increasing intensity around his neck, a deafening sound like reality itself tearing apart filled the temple district. The sky above the white gold tower darkened to crimson, and the ground trembled with seismic force that cracked the city's ancient stonework. The temperature plummeted, then rose to unbearable heat in rapid succession as the fundamental laws of Mundus buckled under impossible pressure. Through the shattered dome of the temple, they witnessed what no mortal had seen since the Elysian era. Meun's Dion himself, manifesting physically on Nur, the Dritch Prince of Destruction, towered over the Imperial City, his forearms wielding weapons that defied mortal comprehension, and his scaled crimson form radiating malevolent power that withered vegetation and cracked stone merely through proximity. This manifestation represented the complete failure of the barriers between worlds. With the dragon fires extinguished for so long following Uriel's death, and with the mythic Dawn's continued efforts to weaken the remaining protections, Marun's Dion had achieved what should have been impossible direct entry into Mundus in his full Dritch form, rather than working through avatars or lesser servants. The implications were apocalyptic. No mortal weapon could harm a Dritch prince manifested in physical form. The entire metaphysical structure that had protected Nur since Elysia's time had collapsed, leaving the mortal plane vulnerable to direct DRI rule. Even if Martin lit the dragon fires now, the traditional barriers would be meaningless with Daon already present on the mortal plane. Martin Septim, standing before the unlit dragon fires, with the amulet of kings in hand, demonstrated the true depth of his understanding, both as scholar and as heir to the dragon blood. He turned to the hero of Kvatch, explaining that the conventional ritual could no longer save them. The covenant, as it had existed, was broken beyond repair by Dion's physical presence. A new covenant would be required, one that permanently sealed the barriers between Oblivion and Mundus without requiring the continuous maintenance of the dragon fires or the presence of a dragonborn emperor. Such a covenant would require a sacrifice of imperial blood freely given, with the Amulet of Kings serving as the conduit for this final act of protection. As Marin's Dion's massive form approached the temple, tearing away its roof and walls to expose the interior, Martin made his decision. With a final nod of respect to the hero who had made this moment possible, he shattered the Amulet of Kings against the altar of the dragon fires. The release of energy was instantaneous and overwhelming. The souls of all previous emperors contained within the amulet, combined with Martin's willing sacrifice and the divine essence of Akatosh that had infused the artifact since Elysia's time, created a metaphysical reaction of unprecedented magnitude. Where Martin had stood moments before, a being of golden light took form, growing rapidly until it matched Mune's day gone in size. This manifestation, recognizable as a dragon of pure divine energy, represented Akatosh himself, the time dragon and chief of the 9 divines, drawn into direct intervention by Martin's sacrifice and the desperate need of Mundus. The Temple of the One became the battleground for a conflict beyond mortal comprehension, a direct confrontation between a Dritch prince and an Eric manifestation, something not witnessed since the Dawn era, when the boundaries between mortal and divine were still being established. Mune's Dion, for all his terrible power, found himself facing an opponent of equal metaphysical weight. The dragon god, whose domain included time itself. The combat between these entities transcended physical limitations. Where they clashed, reality itself warped and buckled. The golden dragon's claws tore through Daon's seemingly invulnerable form, while the Dritch prince's weapons, designed to unmake creation itself, struck against scales formed from crystallized time. Neither could fully destroy the other, as both represented fundamental aspects of the abyss. But their battle would determine which principle would govern the relationship between Oblivion and Mundus going forward. The hero of Kvatch, along with the surviving blades and imperial officials, could only witness this cosmic struggle from its periphery, their mortal senses barely able to comprehend what transpired before them. The citizens of the imperial city, those who dared look toward the temple district, reported seeing contradictory visions. Some described 2 massive beings locked in combat, while others perceived only patterns of light and darkness fighting for dominance, their true forms beyond human perception. The confrontation reached its climax when the avatar of Akhet seized Mune's Dion in its jaws and lifted the struggling Dritch prince from the ground. Divine fire, not the destructive flames of Oblivion, but the purifying fire of Aetherius, engulfed both entities. Dion's physical form began to dissolve, not destroyed, but forcibly expelled from Mundus, pushed back across the planar boundaries to his realm in Oblivion. With a final roar that echoed across Tamriel, the avatar of Akatosh released a pulse of divine energy that swept outward from the imperial city. As this wave passed over the land, every Oblivion gate still standing collapsed instantly, their connections to the Deadlands severed with finality. Draw, already in Mundus, found themselves weakened and disoriented, cut off from their master's power and vulnerable to mortal counterattack. The avatar of Akatosh, its purpose fulfilled, did not immediately depart. Instead, it underwent a transformation, its fluid golden form solidifying into crystalline stone at the center of the ruined temple. This statue, a dragon with wings, outstretched in victory, remained where the altar of the dragon fires had once stood, a permanent reminder of Martin's sacrifice and the new covenant established between Akatosh and Mundus. This covenant differed fundamentally from Elysia's original agreement. No longer would the barriers between worlds require maintenance through imperial blood rituals or the lighting of physical fires. The separation between Oblivion and Mundus had been made permanent, a metaphysical constant rather than a maintained condition. Dritch princes could still influence the mortal world through worship, artifacts, and limited manifestations, but direct invasion through gates or physical embodiment had been rendered impossible. The implications of this new reality extended far beyond the immediate crisis. The Septim dynasty, which had maintained Elysia's covenant for centuries, had ended with Martin's sacrifice. The Amulet of Kings, the physical symbol of imperial legitimacy and divine right, had been destroyed in the process of creating the permanent barrier. The Empire now faced an unprecedented situation: the need to continue without either the Septim bloodline or the traditional ceremonies that had legitimized imperial succession since the First Era. High Chancellor Akato, surveying the aftermath from the steps of the ruined temple, recognized the hero of Kvatch's pivotal role in these world-changing events. As the only individual who had witnessed every stage of the crisis from Uriel's assassination to Martin's sacrifice, the hero represented a living connection between the empire that was and whatever new form of governance would emerge from these cataclysmic changes. The immediate aftermath focused on securing the imperial city and addressing the DRI forces still present throughout Cyrodiil. Without their gates and cut off from Marin Dion's power, these remaining invaders were gradually hunted down by Imperial Legion forces supported by the Fighter Guild and battle mages from the Arcane University. The mythic Dawn cult, its leadership decimated and its prophecies proven catastrophically wrong, dissolved into scattered cells that posed little coordinated threat. Throughout Tamriel, the effects of Martin's sacrifice and the new covenant manifested in various ways. In Morrowind, the Ministry of Truth, the suspended moonlit that had threatened Vivek's city for centuries, suddenly stabilized, its previously inevitable descent halted by the metaphysical changes rippling outward from the Imperial City. In Black Marsh, his trees produced unprecedented quantities of sap, which Argonian shamans interpreted as a response to the fundamental shift in Mundus's relationship with the Outer Realms. For the citizens of Cyrodiil, the most immediate change was the absence of fear that had gripped the province since the first Oblivion Gates appeared. Though rebuilding would take years, Kvatch remained a ruined shell, and many smaller settlements had been completely destroyed. The knowledge that such an invasion could never again occur provided foundation for recovery. Memorial services for Martin's Septim were held throughout the province, with many common citizens adopting personal devotions to Akatosh in recognition of the divine intervention that had saved Tamriel. The Temple of the One, its structure largely destroyed in the final confrontation, was not rebuilt in its original form. Instead, architects and stonemasons constructed an open-air monument around the statue of Akatosh, creating a space where visitors could contemplate the dragon's crystalline form from all angles. This site quickly became the most visited location in the Imperial City, drawing pilgrims from across Tamriel who sought to understand the metaphysical transformation that had occurred there. The statue of Akatosh gleamed in the morning light as the hero of Kvatch departed the Imperial City. The crystalline dragon, a permanent reminder of Martin's sacrifice and the end of the Oblivion Crisis. With Marin's Dion banished and the barriers between worlds permanently sealed, Tamriel could begin the long process of recovery. The former prisoner who had risen to become champion of Cyrodiil now sought something rarer than glory or wealth: peace and quiet after months of constant battle. This respite proved short-lived. Barely a fortnight after the events at the Temple of the One, While resting at an inn near Bravel, the hero noticed unusual behavior among the local populace. Conversations repeatedly turned to a strange door that had appeared on a small island in the Nibbin Bay. According to local fishermen, the door stood alone on the otherwise empty island, a portal of elaborate design that led nowhere, yet emanated an unsettling energy that disturbed those who approached it. Curiosity drew the hero to this island, where the reports proved accurate. A bizarre door dominated the small landmass. Its surface, fashioned from a material resembling human flesh, stretched over a frame of bone and sinew. The face of a bearded man was molded into its center, the features frozen in an expression between ecstasy and agony. Most disturbing was the faint sound emanating from the structure, whispers and occasional laughter that seemed to originate from within the door itself rather than beyond it. 3 robed figures stood before this unsettling portal, devotees of Sheerath, who had established a small camp on the island. Their leader, a Dunmer named Haskell, explained that the door represented the entrance to the Shivering Isles, the realm of Sheagarath, Dritch, Prince of Madness. According to Haskell, Sheorgorath sought a mortal champion to enter his realm and had specifically requested the hero of Kvatch's presence. The timing of this invitation was significant. With the permanent barriers established by Martin's sacrifice, preventing direct Dritch manifestation in Mundus, the princes had begun exploring alternative methods of maintaining their influence in the mortal realm. Sheagarath's approach, inviting a mortal into his domain rather than attempting to extend his reach into Nur, represented a clever adaptation to the new metaphysical reality. Curiosity and perhaps a touch of the restlessness that had defined the hero's journey since escaping the Imperial prison led to acceptance of this strange invitation. Stepping through the fleshy door transported the hero instantly across planar boundaries into a realm utterly unlike the deadlands of Mune's Dion or the paradise of Manar Cameron. The Shivering Isles greeted their visitor with a sky of swirling colors that defied natural description. Purples and greens that shifted constantly, occasionally revealing glimpses of celestial bodies that followed no recognizable astronomical patterns. The landscape itself seemed divided between 2 competing aesthetics: regions of vibrant, oversaturated colors with mushroom-like growth towering hundreds of feet into the air, contrasted with areas of bleak, desaturated terrain where everything appeared to be decaying or calcifying. Haskell, who had somehow arrived in the realm before the hero despite remaining on the island in Mundus, explained this division as the fundamental nature of the Shivering Isles, mania and dementia, the 2 halves of madness that Sheagarath both embodied and ruled the realm, reflected its prince's dual nature, with the colorful mania representing creative insanity and the grim dementia embodying destructive delusion. The residents of this realm proved as divided as the landscape. The manic population engaged in behaviors ranging from harmless eccentricity to dangerous obsession, while the demented exhibited paranoia, melancholy, and occasionally murderous impulses. Yet, unlike the draw of the Deadlands, who existed solely to serve Marin's Dion's destructive purpose, the denizens of the Shivering Isles possessed individual personalities and motivations, many indistinguishable from mortals, save for their psychological extremes. Sheagarath himself awaited in New Shea, the realm's capital city that straddled the division between mania and dementia. The mad god's appearance belied his nature. He presented as an elderly gentleman in fine clothing with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Only his eyes, which occasionally shifted color or appeared to look in different directions simultaneously, hinted at the chaos within. The prince's greeting combined effusive welcome with disturbing non sequiturs and sudden mood shifts. He explained in his circuitous way that the Shivering Isles faced an existential threat, an event called the Grey Mark that occurred at the end of each era. During this cyclical apocalypse, Jiggalag, the Dritch Prince of Order, would invade the realm, transforming its creative chaos into sterile perfection before being driven back. This explanation contained the first hint of the metaphysical complexity underlying Shiagarat's invitation. The mad god spoke of Jiggalag not as a separate entity, but as myself, and not myself, suggesting a connection between the two princes that transcended normal Dritch rivalries. He tasked the hero with helping to break this cycle, though his instructions remained deliberately vague and contradictory, befitting the Prince of Madness. The initial assignments seemed designed to familiarize the hero with the Shivering Isles and its unique properties. Tasks ranged from mediating disputes between the manic and demented populations to investigating unusual phenomena throughout the realm. Each mission revealed more about the nature of madness as a creative and destructive force, and how Shiagoreth's domain functioned as a reflection of his sphere of influence rather than merely territory he controlled. Throughout these explorations, the concept of the Grey Mark became increasingly concrete. Ancient ruins scattered throughout the Ice Isles bore evidence of previous cycles. Structures of perfect geometric precision gradually being reclaimed by the chaotic landscape. The realm's inhabitants spoke of the coming invasion with fatalistic acceptance, having either experienced previous Grey Marches or inherited cultural memories of these apocalyptic events. As the hero earned Shiagarath's trust, the mad god revealed more about the nature of the cycle. Jiggalag, once the most powerful of the Dritch princes, had been cursed by his jealous peers to become his opposite, transformed into Shiagath and bound to rule the realm of madness. At the end of each era, he would briefly return to his original form as Jiggalag, destroy everything he had built as Shiagorith, and then revert once more to the mad god with only fragmented memories of his time as the Prince of Order. This curse represented one of the most profound acts of metaphysical manipulation in the history of the Opus. To force a Dritch prince, beings defined by their immutable spheres of influence to cycle between opposing aspects violated the fundamental nature of these entities. The other princes had essentially created a wound in reality itself, a cyclical trauma that manifested as the Grey Mark. Shiagarath's plan to break this cycle gradually became clear. He sought not to defeat Jiggalag directly, an impossible task given that they were aspects of the same entity, but to create a successor who could maintain the realm of madness while allowing Jiggalag to finally exist independently. This successor would need to absorb Shiagarath's mantle, effectively becoming the new Dritch, Prince of Madness, through a process the scholars of Tamriel called mantling. The concept of mantling represented one of the most esoteric aspects of Tamlic metaphysics, expressed in the phrase, "walk like them until they walk like you." Mantling described the process by which a being could assume the role and powers of another, even a divine entity, by so perfectly imitating them that reality itself could no longer distinguish between the original and the replacement. This principle had precedent in Tamrielic history, most notably in Tiber Septim's ascension to godhood as Talos, where he had potentially mantled the missing god Lurin. For a mortal to mantle a Dritch prince, however, represented an unprecedented metaphysical transformation. Dritch princes were not merely powerful entities, but primordial forces that had existed since the dawn of creation, each embodying a specific sphere of influence within the cosmos. Their nature transcended physical form or individual personality. They were the living manifestations of concepts like destruction, domination, or, in Shiarath's case, madness itself. The hero's preparation for this extraordinary transformation proceeded through increasingly significant roles within the Shivering Isles. Shiagor named the hero his champion, then keeper of the Font of Madness, and finally Duke or Duchess of Mania or Dementia. Each title came with expanded authority and deeper connection to the realm itself, gradually aligning the hero's identity with the role they would ultimately assume. As these preparations continued, the signs of the impending gray mark multiplied. Regions of the Shivering Isles began transforming into the sterile gray landscapes characteristic of Jiggalog's influence. Crystal formations, perfect in their geometric precision, erupted from the ground, converting the chaotic flora and fauna into ordered patterns. Knights of Order, Jiggalog's primary servants, appeared in increasing numbers, their crystalline forms impervious to conventional weapons. Shiagori's behavior became increasingly erratic as the Grey Arc approached. His usual madness gave way to moments of perfect lucidity that he found more disturbing than his chaotic thoughts. These episodes of clarity represented the beginning of his transformation back into Jiggalag, the ordered mind pushing through the disordered one as the cycle neared its culmination. In a final moment of clarity, Shiorith entrusted the hero with his staff, the iconic symbol of his office and a powerful artifact that channeled the creative and destructive aspects of madness. This transfer represented more than merely handing over a weapon. It constituted a formal delegation of authority and the beginning of the mantling process. The staff responded to the hero's touch by adapting its power to match their personal expression of madness, whether manic creativity or demented destruction. When the gray mark reached its peak, Shiorith himself transformed into Jiggalag before the hero's eyes. The eccentric white-haired gentleman was replaced by a towering figure of perfect crystalline order, a being whose very presence imposed patterns on the chaotic landscape around him. Jiggalag expressed momentary recognition of the hero's role in this unprecedented variation of the cycle before proceeding with his ordained task of destroying the realm of madness. The final confrontation took place in the throne room of New Shia, where the hero, wielding Shiagorath's staff and supported by the remaining forces of the Shivering Isles, faced Jiggalag directly. This battle transcended conventional combat. It represented the clash between fundamental cosmic principles of order and chaos. The hero's victory came not through superior strength, but through embodying the unpredictable nature of madness itself, adapting tactics faster than Jiggalog's perfect but rigid strategies could anticipate. With Jiggalog's defeat came the most extraordinary moment in the hero's journey. Rather than destroying the Prince of Order, the hero's actions created an opportunity for the curse to break completely. Jiggalag, freed from the cycle of transformation, for the first time since the Dawn era, acknowledged the hero's role in his liberation. By successfully defending the Shivering Isles and proving capable of maintaining the realm of madness, The hero had created the conditions for Jigalog to exist independently without destroying his opposite aspect. As Jigalog departed to establish his own realm elsewhere in Oblivion, the metaphysical vacuum left by Sheogorath's absence completed the mantling process. The hero felt the transformation at the most fundamental level, their identity expanding beyond mortal limitations to encompass the concept of madness itself. Memories not their own flooded their consciousness. Countless eras of ruling the Shivering Isles, relationships with other DRI princes and fragments of existence as Jigalog before the curse. This transformation represented the most profound example of apotheosis in recent Tamilic history, unlike Martin Septim's sacrifice, which had merged his essence with Akatosh to create the permanent barrier between worlds. The hero's transformation preserved their individual identity while expanding it to include Sheorath's divine nature. They remained recognizable as themselves, while simultaneously becoming something far greater, the living embodiment of madness in all its creative and destructive aspects. The implications of this transformation extended far beyond the Shivering Isles. A mortal from Nur, specifically the hero who had helped end the Oblivion crisis, had ascended to become a Dritch prince. This unprecedented elevation created metaphysical connections between Mundus and Oblivion that existed outside the barriers established by Martin's sacrifice. While direct invasion remained impossible, the new Sheogorath possessed a unique understanding of mortal existence that no other prince could claim. For the residents of the Shivering Isles, the transition appeared seamless. The realm recognized its new ruler immediately, responding to the hero-turned-Sheogorath's will as naturally as it had to the original Mad God. New Shea's throne, empty since Sheorath's transformation into Jigalag, now belonged to a being who combined mortal perspective with Dritch power, a unique fusion that promised to reshape the realm in subtle but significant ways. Haskell, who had served as chamberlain to Sheogorath for countless cycles, acknowledged the new prince with the same unflappable demeanor he had shown throughout the crisis. His complete lack of surprise at this unprecedented transformation suggested that perhaps Sheorath had foreseen this outcome, that the invitation to the hero of Kvatch had been calculated precisely to create this opportunity to break the cycle permanently. The mortal identity of the hero of Kvatch, champion of Cyrodiil, did not immediately vanish upon assuming Sheogorath's mantle. The transformation represented an expansion rather than a replacement, adding the divine aspect of madness to an already extraordinary mortal life. This dual nature allowed the new Sheogorath to maintain connections to Mundus that other Dritch princes lacked, creating possibilities for interaction that had never before existed in the relationship between mortals and Draw. In the centuries that followed, stories would spread throughout Tamriel of encounters with a white-haired, well-dressed gentleman who appeared during moments of crisis or opportunity, offering assistance or challenges that seemed nonsensical at first, but ultimately led to profound change. These appearances, while never confirmed to be the hero-turned-Sheorath, maintain the legend of the champion of Cyrodiil long after their mortal lifespan should have ended. The ascension to DRI princehood represented the culmination of a journey that had begun in the Imperial prison, a path that had taken the hero from anonymous prisoner to savior of Tamriel, and finally to divine entity. Each step along this extraordinary progression had built upon the previous, creating a legend that would inspire bards and scholars for generations to come. The dawn of the Fourth Era brought profound changes to Tamriel. With the Septim dynasty ended and the dragon fires permanently extinguished, the Empire entered a period of transition unlike any in its history. The hero of Kvatch, now transformed into Sheogorath, had vanished from public life, yet their influence remained embedded in the very fabric of the post-crisis world. The earliest historical records of the Fourth Era make scattered references to the champion of Cyrodiil. The official imperial histories commissioned by Emperor Titus Me I acknowledged the hero's role in ending the Oblivion Crisis, though these accounts carefully emphasized Martin Septim's sacrifice rather than dwelling on the actions of a figure whose true fate remained unknown to most scholars. This political calculation helped legitimize the Mi dynasty's claim to the Ruby Throne, presenting their ascension as a necessary continuation of imperial governance, rather than an opportunistic seizure of power. In the Imperial Library, the most comprehensive account of the hero's exploits was compiled by Arcturus Montilius around 430. His chronicle of the champion drew from interviews with surviving witnesses, including several former blades who had served at Cloud Ruler Temple. Montilius documented the hero's journey from the Imperial prison to the final battle at the Temple of the One, but notably ended his narrative with Martin's transformation into the avatar of Akatosh. Of the hero's subsequent activities, Montilius wrote, "Only the champion, having fulfilled their destiny, departed from public knowledge. Some claim they retired to a quiet life in the provinces, while others insist they undertook further adventures beyond the borders of Cyrodiil. The truth remains elusive, as befits one who walked between the mortal and divine." This scholarly uncertainty contrasted sharply with popular accounts. Throughout the villages and towns of Cyrodiil, local traditions preserved stories of the hero's exploits that never appeared in official histories. In Chal annual festivals commemorated the champion's defense of the town against Oblivion forces. Skingingrad's Vinters produced a champion's reserve wine, allegedly based on a blend the hero had favored. Brav's commoners maintained that the champion had once cleared their streets of Shuma dealers in a single night, a tale that grew more elaborate with each retelling. The most persistent rumors concerned the hero's connection to the Shivering Isles. Fishermen around Nibbin Bay passed down stories of a strange door that had appeared on an island shortly after the crisis ended, and how the champion had entered it and never returned, at least not in recognizable form. These accounts gained surprising credibility in 4E10 when a Sind researcher named Tendilwi published DRI manifestations in the post-crisis era, which documented multiple sightings of an oddly familiar figure claiming to be Sheogor. Throughout the early Fourth Era, Tandel's research proved controversial among imperial scholars. Her description of a Dritch prince who possessed detailed knowledge of the Oblivion Crisis and occasionally made references to my time in the imperial prison challenged conventional understandings of the immutable nature of Dritch princes. The College of Whispers dismissed her work as speculative fancy dressed in academic language, while the Elder Council officially condemned the research as dangerous conjecture that undermines the sacrifice of Martin Septim. Despite this official disapproval, Tandil's theories gained traction among those who studied the metaphysical changes that followed the crisis. The permanent barriers established by Martin's sacrifice had fundamentally altered the relationship between Mundus and Oblivion. The possibility that a mortal hero had ascended to become a Dritch prince represented not just an extraordinary personal transformation, but a potential loophole in these new cosmic boundaries, a connection between realms that should have been permanently separated. The political landscape the hero left behind evolved rapidly in their absence. The Elder Council, lacking a dragon-born emperor to rally behind, initially attempted to maintain imperial authority through collective governance. High Chancellor Akato served as potentate from the crisis until his assassination in 410, providing a measure of stability during the immediate aftermath. His death, however, triggered the Bloody Stormcrown Interregnum's 7 years of factional conflict that severely weakened imperial authority throughout the provinces. The rise of Titus Me, one avian warlord who seized the imperial city in 417, established a new dynasty, but could not fully restore the empire's former glory without the Amulet of Kings or the divine legitimacy of the Septum bloodline. The Mi emperors relied on military power and political pragmatism to maintain their rule. This fundamentally changed the character of the empire from a divinely sanctioned institution to a more conventional political entity. This transformation had been made possible by the hero's actions during the crisis. By helping Martin reach the Temple of the One and facilitating his sacrifice, the champion had inadvertently created the conditions for a more secular empire, one where rulership derived from practical authority rather than divine right. Some Cyrodiilic theologians even argued that this shift represented the fulfillment of Elysia's original vision, the final separation of mortal governance from divine mandate. The provinces responded differently to this new imperial reality. Black Marsh seceded almost immediately after the crisis, with the Anzilian government explicitly rejecting imperial authority. Morrowind, devastated by the eruption of Red Mountain in 45, turned inward to address its own catastrophic problems rather than maintaining strong ties to the Empire. Elsewhere, eventually fractured into the two kingdoms of Anquina and Palatine, both heavily influenced by Almarie interests rather than imperial ones. Most significantly, the power vacuum created by the weakened empire allowed for the rise of the third Almarie dominion, the Thalmor, exploiting Altmarie religious objections to Talos worship, positioned themselves as defenders of Myr against human dominance. Their claims that they had saved the Somerset Isles during the Oblivion Crisis, rather than acknowledging the hero and Martin's role, formed the foundation of their political legitimacy and expansionist ideology. The Great War of 4E71, 175, though occurring long after the hero's mortal lifespan would have ended, represented the culmination of geopolitical shifts set in motion during the crisis. The White Gold Concordat that ended this conflict formally banned the worship of Talos, a direct repudiation of the Septum legacy that the hero had once fought to preserve. The irony that the champion who saved Tamriel from one threat had unintentionally created the conditions for another was not lost on the more philosophical historians of the period. Scholarly debate continued regarding the hero's ultimate fate as Sheorath. The most compelling evidence came from multiple consistent accounts of encounters with the new mad god across different provinces. A Nord adventurer in Skyrim described meeting a strangely lucid Sheoragorath in 4E201 who made specific references to standing beside Martin and Joffrey and watching the sky change. A Dunmer pilgrim reported a similar encounter near Mournhole decades earlier, where the Dritch prince casually mentioned closing an Oblivion gate or two in my younger days. The consistency of these references combined with the noticeable change in Shiagor's demeanor and interests compared to pre-crisis accounts, led some metaphysical scholars to accept the mantling theory as fact. The Sijic order, typically reluctant to comment on such matters, reportedly added a section on the hero's transformation to their restricted archives, considering it one of the most significant metaphysical events of the era. The most tangible evidence of the hero's continued influence appeared in the Shivering Isles itself. Rare accounts, from those who claim to have visited the realm in the Fourth Era, describe significant changes to its structure and governance. The rigid division between mania and dementia had softened with new regions emerging that blended aspects of both. The realm's inhabitants spoke of their lord as being both ancient and young, a being who understood mortal concerns in ways the original Shiagarath never had. These changes reflected the unique perspective of a Dritch prince who had once been mortal, who had experienced imprisonment, battle, loss, and triumph from a human viewpoint before ascending to divine status. This unprecedented combination created a Shiorath who approached madness not merely as a cosmic principle, but as something experienced by individuals with their own hopes and fears. The personal artifacts of the hero presented another historical puzzle. The relics associated with their mortal adventures, Mune's razor, the Crusader's relics, various enchanted weapons, and armor surfaced periodically throughout the Fourth Era in unexpected locations. A shield bearing the champion's personal emblem appeared in a collection in Solitude around 4E180. The sword reportedly used to close the Great Gate at Bama emerged in Hammerfell decades later. These scattered items created a fragmentary trail that historians attempted to assemble into a coherent narrative of the hero's final mortal years. The most significant artifact, Shiagarath's staff, which had facilitated the hero's mantling of the Mad God, remained conspicuously absent from historical record until 4E21, when reports from Skyrim described a powerful artifact called the Wobage in circulation again. Witnesses described it as capable of transforming people and creatures into entirely different forms, a manifestation of chaotic change that perfectly embodied the sphere of madness. That this artifact reappeared during another period of world-altering events suggested the continuing influence of the hero turned Shiagath on Tamrielic affairs. The religious implications of the hero's transformation extended beyond academic consideration. While the 8 divines maintained their position as Tamriel's primary pantheon, worship of Shiagarath evolved in subtle ways during the Fourth Era. Temples dedicated to the Mad God reported increased attendance from those seeking not merely the traditional blessings of creative inspiration, but also guidance through personal transformation, a concept never associated with Shiorath before the hero's mantling. In Cyrodiil, particularly, a small but persistent cult emerged that venerated both Shiogorath and the champion as aspects of the same entity. These worshippers, calling themselves the Twice-Born, maintained that the hero's transformation represented the ultimate expression of mortal potential, the ability to transcend limitations through sufficient determination and sacrifice. Imperial authorities periodically suppressed this movement, concerned about its implications for established religious doctrine, but it continued to re-emerge in different forms throughout the era. The archaeological record provided further insights into the hero's legacy. Excavations at Cloud Ruler Temple, conducted after its destruction during the Great War, uncovered a sealed chamber containing personal items believed to belong to the champion. Among these was a journal that detailed their experiences from the imperial prison through the defense of Bruma, though notably it ended before the final battle in the imperial city. The authenticity of this document remains disputed with some scholars, suggesting it represents a contemporary forgery created to fill gaps in the historical record. More concrete evidence emerged from the ruins of Kvatch, where reconstruction efforts in the mid-4th era uncovered a memorial stone dating to immediately after the crisis. The simple inscription, "For the one who closed the gate and gave us hope," offered a touching testament to how the hero was remembered by those they had directly saved. Similar memorials appeared throughout Cyrodiil, often erected by common people rather than official authorities, creating a landscape of remembrance that historians later used to track the hero's movements during the crisis. The academic community in the 4th era remained divided on how to categorize the hero of Kvatch in historical terms. Traditional imperial historians placed them alongside other great champions of Tamriel, Pelennor, Whitestrike, Iskrari, Tyre Septim, as figures whose actions fundamentally altered the course of history. Metaphysical scholars, particularly those associated with the College of Winterhold, classified the hero's transformation as an example of walking ways, the methods by which mortals had occasionally achieved divine status throughout Tamrielic history. Perhaps the most fitting assessment came from an anonymous 4th era bard whose composition, The Champion's Ascent, became popular throughout Tamriel despite periodic bans by imperial and dominion authorities. The ballad concluded with verses that captured the unique position the hero occupied in both history and mythology. Neither wholly mortal nor truly divine, the champion walks the mad god's realm yet leaves footprints in ours. In saving the world they transcended it, their story both ended and eternal. The crystallized statue of Akatosh cast long shadows across the imperial city as the 4th era matured, a permanent reminder of the moment when mortal and divine had converged to save Tamriel. Yet, while Martin Septim's sacrifice remained immortalized in stone, the hero of Kvatch's legacy evolved in more complex ways, weaving through prophecy, metaphysical theory, and cultural memory like threads in an ever-expanding tapestry. Scholars at the Arcane University established the first comprehensive study of cyclical heroic figures in 4E42, identifying patterns that connected the hero of Kvatch to other pivotal figures in Tamrielic history. The research, led by Master Wizard Florentius Binius, documented striking parallels between the hero, the Nerevarren of Merrywind, and later, the last Dragonborn who would emerge in Skyrim during the Dragon Crisis of 4E201. These individuals share more than mere historical significance. Binius wrote in his final work, The Recurring Hero Patterns in Tamrielic Salvation. Each began their journey in confinement. The hero in the Imperial prison, the Nerevarren aboard a prison ship to Vardardenfell, the last Dragonborn awaiting execution in Helgen. This consistent motif of imprisonment, followed by liberation, suggests a metaphysical template rather than historical coincidence. The prisoner archetype, as it became known in scholarly circles, represented more than a narrative convenience. Metaphysical theorists at the College of Winterhold proposed that these heroes occupied a unique position in the structure of Mundus itself, beings whose potential remained undefined until the moment of crisis called them forth. Their initial imprisonment served as both literal reality and metaphysical symbol, representing the constraints that paradoxically enabled their extraordinary freedom of action. Quaestor Verus of the Synod expanded on this theory in 4E67, suggesting that the hero of Kvatch represented the most fully realized example of the prisoner archetype, precisely because their ultimate transformation transcended the mortal plane entirely, where the Nerevarin departed to Akavir, remaining fundamentally mortal despite their accomplishments, and the last dragonborn retained their mortal form despite their draconic soul. The hero of Kvatch underwent complete metaphysical transformation. Varus wrote, "Their mantling of Sheogorath represents
the ultimate expression of the prisoner's potential to become not merely a historical agent, but a permanent cosmic force." This theory gained unexpected support from Sigic Order documents that briefly circulated in academic circles around 498 before being abruptly withdrawn. These fragments describe the prisoner as an entity whose origins lie in constraint, but whose nature embodies possibility, the living intersection of limitation and boundless potential. The document specifically cited the hero of Kvatch as the clearest manifestation of this principle, noting that their transformation into Sheogorath created ripples in the fabric of reality that continued to influence events centuries later. The Moth priests of the ancestor Moth cult, custodians of the Elder Scrolls themselves, maintained a more nuanced perspective. Brother K. Gerald, one of the few Moth priests who retained partial vision after reading the scrolls, recorded that the hero of Kvatch appeared in the cosmic records not as a single fixed entity, but as a point of convergence where multiple potential timelines intersect. This multifaceted representation in the Elder Scrolls suggested that the hero embodied choices and possibilities in a way that transcended conventional historical figures. In the scrolls show Martin Septim, they reveal a singular path culminating in divine sacrifice. K. Gerald noted, "When they show the hero, they display a constellation of possibilities, some realized and some merely potential, extending beyond the boundaries of normal mortal existence." This pattern repeats with each manifestation of the prisoner archetype, though never with the same intensity as the hero who became Sheogorath. The connection between these cyclical heroes extended beyond their origins. Each emerged during periods of existential threat to Tamriel itself, the Nerevarin confronting Dagothar's potential domination through the heart of Lurin, the hero of Kvatch standing against Marin's Dion's invasion, and the last dragonborn facing Aldwin's world-eating return. In each case, the threat transcended conventional, political, or military challenges, requiring intervention at a cosmic level that only these special individuals could provide. More controversial theories emerged from certain Dunari scholars associated with the dissident priests. They proposed that these heroes represented doom-driven individuals, mortals whose actions were guided by the Elder Scrolls themselves, functioning as correction mechanisms when Mundus faced extinction-level threats. According to this perspective, the heroes were not merely responding to crises, but were cosmically designated to address specific wounds in the fabric of reality. The parallels between the hero of Kvatch and the Nerevarin proved particularly striking upon closer examination. Both had been directly identified by previous emperors through prophetic dreams. Uriel Septim recognizing the hero in the imperial prison, while his father, Uriel Septim VII, had earlier dispatched the Nerevarin to Morrowind. Both fulfilled ancient prophecies while simultaneously subverting them, creating outcomes that satisfied destiny's requirements while defying conventional expectations. The Nerevarin had been prophesied to drive foreigners from Morrowind, yet ultimately preserved imperial rule while eliminating the immediate threat of Dagoth. Similarly, The hero of Kvatch facilitated the end of the Septim dynasty, while simultaneously preserving the empire it had built, albeit in altered form. This pattern of fulfilling prophecy through unexpected means characterized both figures, and would later manifest in the last Dragonborn's approach to the dragon crisis as well. Cultural representations of the hero evolved distinctly across Tamriel's diverse societies during the Fourth Era. In Cyrodiil, imperial historians established a sanitized official account that emphasized the hero's service to Martin's septum while downplaying their independent agency. This narrative, prominently featured in the Imperial Handbook of Historical Figures commissioned by Emperor Titus II, portrayed the hero as a loyal agent of the dying Septim Order rather than a transformative figure in their own right. Nordic interpretations developed quite differently, particularly in Bruma and other Nord-heavy regions of Cyrodiil. Skald songs composed in the Fourth Era portrayed the hero as a figure of almost Iskra proportions, a warrior whose might single-handedly turned back the Drick hordes. The Nordic tradition emphasized physical prowess over metaphysical significance, with tales of the hero cleaving through Dremora like a harvester, through wheat becoming standard elements in big performances throughout Skyrim and northern Cyrodiil. In sharp contrast, Altmar accounts from the Somerset Isles either minimized the hero's role entirely, or
Nixino Sound Studio.